Members, please be upstanding for your chairman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. I hope you've all had a nice lunch. We'll carry on with agenda item 9B, questions to the leader, cabinet members and committee chair. As set out in the constitution, we have 60 minutes remaining for questions to the leader, cabinet members and committee chair, after which any remaining questions will receive a written response. There will be a maximum of one supplementary question, which must be from the member who has asked the original question. And I stress the supplementary question should be on the same matter and should be in the form of a question, not a statement. There are 13 questions as follows. The first question is from Councillor Rodri.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question to the Leader of the Council. In the executive report, it states, as we look to set our budget for 22-23, it's 23-24, it's extremely important that we hear the views of residents across the county. The budget's consultation closed on January the 2nd. On the 10th of January, you informed the local media that the rise in council tax will be 4.84%. Can you inform the council what percentage of Nottinghamshire residents responded to the consultation? Give examples of how their responses informed the decision to raise council tax. And can you tell us how many people explicitly told you that they wanted to see a significant rise in council tax? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Councillor Jotty, for the question. I'm pleased we managed to establish the premise of being able to ask questions about the executive report in the questions section, which is something I've been talking about for a while. In terms of the consultation, absolutely right that we want to include the voice of our residents, make sure that what we're doing is broadly in line with residents' perceptions and their wishes for the future of our council and our services. I'm pleased to be able to say that the consultation heard from almost twice as many people this year as it has in previous years, with around 2,500 responses. Previous consultations for several years haven't ever got above 1,400. So I think that speaks to a good direction of travel in terms of engagement. Of those residents who responded, when you exclude the don't knows, 71% said they would support an increase in council tax, and 68% said the same about the adult social care precept. 3/4 of residents were clear that they didn't want to see any cuts to adult social care. 2/3 of residents very similarly said the same about children's services and other community-based services like our libraries, etc. So we're pleased that we're able to deliver on those things, protect frontline services in the budget, find some sustainability for those into the future, and instead find significant savings from things like rationalising our office estate, for example, moving money from maintaining buildings into the delivery of those frontline services. I think these responses make clear, certainly, speaks to that figure of exclude the don't know. 71% said they would rather see that rise, which I think will equate to about £1 a week for most residents across the county, which is what most of our residents will see, than see us cut those frontline services.
Johnny, do you have a supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do. And I thank Councillor Bradley for his answer. It wasn't specific in numbers, but percentages, which are difficult to comprehend. The reality, Mr. Chairman, is that I feel the council has paid lip service to consultation. The number, even though it's doubled, is less than the residents just in my district ward. The consultation has been criticised by really eminent members of this council, like Councillor Philip Owen, amongst others. So could you tell me, please, the cost of holding this consultation in terms of officer times and other costs?
I'm always conscious of the views of eminent members of this council, and we always take those on board, just as we do the views of our residents. I don't have a figure to hand in terms of the cost, but I'd be more than happy to write to you with that answer.
Thank you. The second question is from Councillor Bailey concerning winter highway maintenance, and Councillor Clark to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Winter is obviously a very challenging time for our highway maintenance and repair services, with bad weather and low temperatures increasing likelihood of road surface deterioration and damage. Would the Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment make a statement to inform members how current conditions are affecting our highways, How Nottinghamshire County Council and Via East Midlands are responding to the current challenge, and what effect, if any, this has on our highways improvement plan.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. I welcome the opportunity to give an update on our highway maintenance activity across the county. As members will know, the electorate told us at the last election how the roads were their major one priority, and it's a key priority for this administration that we improve our highway condition, ensuring it is safe for travel and supporting the local economy. The roads in Nottinghamshire are no different to roads in other parts of the country, in that the winter period causes additional damage to the fabric of the highway. This is particularly the case for roads in weak condition that are scheduled for future repairs. As a result of the current very cold weather, followed by periods of heavy rainfall, makes them obviously more susceptible to physical damage due to that weather through the freeze-thaw action and delayering through ingress of water into deteriorating surfaces. Therefore, at this time of year, always presents more of a challenge. I absolutely recognise that damaged highways and potholes are at the very least an inconvenience to road users, and we are working as hard and as fast as we can to tackle these issues. But Nottinghamshire is not alone in facing this problem. Just this week, the RAC released statistics confirming that this is a national issue, reporting the most pothole-related breakdowns in Q4 since 2019, up by 25% from 2021, following the coldest start to winter in 12 years. And I just want to quote, lest there be any doubt, Mr. Chairman, I'll just quote part of the RAC report, which says the threat of a plethora of potholes appearing over the next few months is now very real indeed, given how much rain there has been either side of December's sub-zero temperatures. These are the perfect conditions for creating potholes, as water makes its way into cracks, which then expand when it freezes, causing the road surface to crumble. And then a little later on, the head of roads policy says the wet weather we've had both before and after the coldest start to winter in 12 years in December is the perfect recipe for potholes to start peppering the roads. So that is a quote from the RAC report, Mr. Chairman. Excuse me. So like all county councils, we've experienced an increase in reports of potholes over the start of the winter period. Unsurprisingly, this is much the same as previous years, and our teams from Via East Midlands prepare for the winter by increasing resource to tackle the necessary urgent repairs that occur. I'm grateful for the work of our frontline staff, and I hope all councillors will join me in thanking our dedicated operatives who not only work in all weathers to repair our roads, but also provide a 24/7 service for winter maintenance and flood response throughout the winter period. And I have to say, Mr. Chairman, that the workers that I have talked to on the roads are extremely conscientious and are very helpful and considerate towards the residents of the roads that they are repairing. On December the 7th, I visited Gamson Depot and witnessed for myself the preparations in place for the winter season. I also travelled on the Gritting lorry during a gritting run with Tony, one of our long-serving dedicated winter maintenance team, who has been plying that route for decades. On average, over the last 11 weeks, we've had 78 staff out on daily basis working hard to repair our roads in Nottinghamshire. I'm pleased to confirm that our 8 gangs, because we doubled the productivity of each team and we doubled the number of gangs working, Mr. Chairman. So I'm pleased to confirm that our 8 gangs delivering permanent repairs have completed over 150,000 square metres of permanent repairs so far this financial year. This is 4 times the amount in the previous year, achieved through investing an extra £3 million per year over the next 4 years. an extra £3 million per year, Mr. Chairman. So that investment is over the next 4 years in highway maintenance, as well as improving the efficiency of the gangs as a result of that very comprehensive cross-party highways review. Our use of Viafix last calendar year was down by over 60%. Though, of course, over the winter period, we will need to use, and we do use, extra cold lay materials in some instances for urgent emergency repairs. These are then followed up with more permanent repairs. I'm pleased that Councillor Bailey asked about the Highways Review because the LGA review team revisited the Council in December to consider progress on our cross-party Highways Review work. We also described to the LGA that the improvement and innovation journey on the highway services will carry on. Chairman, we started to see the benefits of the extra investment in our local road network over the last year, and we are now keen to roll this approach onto our main road network as well over the next 12 months. We are also continuing to improve our approach to communications. Our website will be refreshed in the next couple of months so that residents can see where we have deployed the new resource and view the forward plan of works for their area. So, in summary, we've made good progress so far. We are aware there is more to do, and I'm confident that we will see further positive outcomes from our extra investment on the network and the continuing impact of the improvements from the Highways Review. And finally, I would like to thank Nottinghamshire residents for continuing to report potholes to us, and I would like to ask that they continue to do so either through the website or via the MyNots app. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Bailey, do you have a supplementary? No. Thank you. Question 3. Councillor Fowle concerning devolution funding deal. Councillor Bradley to reply.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So, question to the leader. The North East have secured £300 million more in investment funding as part of their devolution deal than in the East Midlands. The North East have a similar population and currently contribute less to the economy than Nottinghamshire and Derbyshire footprint. As the East Midlands devolution deal is no longer the largest of its kind on offer, as you claimed in December, is the leader surprised that securing a position at the front of the queue has resulted in a worse deal for the people of Nottinghamshire?
Thank you, Councillor Fowle. Frustrating that we're having this conversation again. There seems to be a lack of misunderstanding about some of these deals and how it works. There doesn't seem to be, and I've had it. We talked last time about a councillor in the city who talked about this deal in terms of how many McDonald's a year it would buy residents. There doesn't seem to be any vision or understanding of what's feasible with it, and I'd like to help you get to that point, and I hope we can have some more conversations about that. But it's not right to suggest that the North East deal is equivalent to ours. Each deal is bespoke. The themes and trends that run through our deal and the conversations we've had in the past about amounts of funding stand true for the North East deal. It's a bigger, more rural geography than ours. That was one of the factors that we discussed before. Similarly, in North Yorkshire or Cumbria, where they have so much rural area farm bigger than ours, that is one of the factors that leads into conversations about funding. That's all perfectly in line with what I've said in the past. But the key thing that I think you're missing here, unfortunately, is comparing apples and pears, in that the North East deal isn't a new deal at all. It's not a new premise or negotiation for them. They already have a deal, North of Tyne deal, and this is an expansion of an existing deal. The North of Tyne mayoralty will amend their constitution to take in a new geography. And so I mentioned earlier on Jamie Driscoll, the mayor of the North of Tyne, who I've been on a number of national panels and discussions with in recent weeks. His current mayoralty will grow into a new Northeastern Combined Authority. So they already have a structure, they already have a full term of office, they already have a mayor, they already have established working practices and relationships with government and with local authorities, and they already have a record of delivery. And we have none of that because this is new for us. And as we've discussed all the way through, just as West Midlands and Greater Manchester have grown and expanded over time, just as they have over time got more powers, more funding, now the North East is growing and expanding. Actually, what this says is that we, cross-party, across the region, what we've been saying is right, actually, that once you have the structure, once you have the infrastructure and the accountable figure that government asks, you can add and grow and attract more power and more funds. West Midlands, Greater Manchester, an example. Now North East is another example of that. And as I've said from the beginning, our 1.14 billion is a starting point. Unlike the North East, we have to start from scratch because we weren't able to do that when they did, either when the West Midlands did in 2016 or when they did in 2019. They're 4 years in now to their programme, whereas we are still at the start. And as I've said, it's not all the money either. It's seed funding for us to invest and grow and attract private sector investment. In Greater Manchester, that 1 billion became 5 billion. And these are all things that we've rehearsed and discussed before. But what's absolutely clear is you can't get 1.14 billion or 1.4 or the mayoralty, and therefore we have to plough on with what we're doing. We have to agree the structures now to put our deal in place, and that will be a great starting point for us to build and grow and get more money and more powers, just as the North East have announced. So I think that's a good thing for the North and funds to regions, which I think is really positive. So it'd be really, really good, I think, given that across all of our tier councils, most of our districts and boroughs are publicly supportive. I don't think there are any who are publicly not supportive, certainly not in Nottinghamshire. It would be really good now to try and stop picking those bits of fault out of it and comparing apples and pears around the country, but actually to get on board and help us to get maximum benefit from that 1.14 billion starting point that we can then seek to grow over time to the benefit of our residents.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Fole, do you have a supplementary?
I do, yeah. Thanks. I mean, I think probably then in that case, I need to come to you and go through the sums with you because it's very clear to us, we've done the sums very clearly, that this is not the best deal by far. And you're arguing that actually we're starting from no structure. That would be an argument for more money then, not less, wouldn't it? I don't get that argument at all. So, I mean, just to go back, I mean, I know we've got a quote here from you from the House of Commons, so I know you're passionate about getting a good deal for this, but you said locally, in July 2019 in the House of Commons, locally we all broadly agree, I think we do, across all the parties in Nottinghamshire on the key priorities we need to deliver and agree that Nottinghamshire needs a fair slice of national investment, and I hope we'll see. So I ask you, really, as far as we can see, and the sums are quite clear to us, I understand it's complicated, but we're not daft, I think we can go to see the figures. Nottinghamshire residents will see less than those in the North East, less than York and North Yorkshire, less than West Yorkshire, less than Norfolk, and less than Suffolk, and less than Cornwall in per person investment funding. We're not just talking about bringing money in, we're talking about the government supporting this deal, supporting Nottinghamshire and our residents. So, I mean, are you willing to take responsibility for signing off this deal, which certainly to us looks unfair? And go back to government, stand up to Nottinghamshire and say, we want a fair deal, we want more money for this. We're starting from scratch, we need more money, not less.
Councillor Bradley.
It's incredibly frustrating, Mr. Chairman, because it is a total misrepresentation of the position. This is still the single biggest devolved gain share pot in terms of quantum for any area that exists, because the North East deal is not a new deal. And you cannot compare what we've got at the start of our journey with what the North East have got 4 years into theirs, or the West Midlands have got 8 years into theirs now. These are things that grow over time, and in order to get that additional power, that additional funding, you have to build relationships and trust in terms of delivery. We all want to see accountability, and government wants to see accountability in what they get from this funding that they invest in regions. Of course they do, and we have always argued that if we want the same powers, same funds that the West Midlands have. Government have said yes, you can have those. You have the same accountable structures that they have, and you grow over time, and you get as you build that trust and you build that evidence of outcomes, you can have conversations about more and more and more, just as the West Midlands have, just as Greater Manchester have. We've seen the outcome of what happens if you go back to government in that conversation and say, no, actually, I want something different. I don't want to fit the framework. I don't want to have a mayor. I don't want to tick the boxes you're asking me to tick. It's what Leicestershire have done, and that's why Leicestershire have got notes in the conversation, quite frankly, because we have to, if we want to be in a position to access this funding, we have to follow the framework that has been laid out everywhere else around the country. We've been given that option. We've all collectively agreed that this is the right way forward. So What you're suggesting, Councillor Fole, is to go back and have that conversation at this stage. What will mean is we will get zip. We will get absolutely nothing if we go back now and say, no, actually, I don't want to meet these criteria. I don't want to go and take this £1 billion investment and do something with it and prove that we can build something positive for our residents. Actually, I want to have an argument about it. What that will lead to is getting absolutely nothing at all. And that will be a huge step backwards. So I am absolutely willing to stand up and put my name on this and to say that it's the right thing, just as Labour leader of Nottingham City is, just as leaders in Derby and Derbyshire are, because it's the right thing for our residents. It's a huge amount. It's not just £1.4 billion. It's 5-6+ billion pounds of investment by the time we use that to its full capacity. And over time, just as the North East have done, we will add to that. And we will add to that in terms of powers, in terms of the scope of it, in terms of the amount of money available to us. Even before we get to May of 2024, we've still got a conversation to have with the Department of Transport, which I've raised with Transport Ministers as recently as this week, about our transport pot, another £1 billion in the West Midlands that was. And we'll have a similar conversation about how we get that and invest it and use it for the future. As we do that, and as we show those good outcomes, we'll be able to go back to government with that evidence base and say we can be trusted to deliver for us. We can be trusted to deliver for our residents, more so than the DFT. Here's the evidence. Can we have some more, please? I'm very hopeful and positive because it's happened in places like the North East that we'll have that same opportunity. But the version of events that I'm afraid you're putting across here is a version that would lead us to end up with absolutely nothing. And that's why I think this is absolutely the right path. This is absolutely the right way to take it forward. And again, that's collectively agreed across party by upper tier leaders around the entire region.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Move on to question 4, Councillor Carr, regarding use of Bifix. Councillor Clark to reply.
Thank you, Chairman. Question to the Cabinet Member for Transport and Environment. This council claims that the use of iFix has gone down 61% in the last year. Given that this council has the statistics to be able to publish this figure, can you use the same statistics to tell me how many potholes have been treated by Viafix over the last year, how many potholes have been revisited, and how many times by location? Further to this, can you inform the council how many potholes were tendered to using Viafix in 2022 by borough and district? Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The number of Category 1 urgent safety defects needing repair within 24 hours where Bifix material was used in the last year, 2022, was 7,858. For Category 2 and 3 defects, which have longer repair times, larger area repairs are now routinely completed using hot material, with the majority of these being completed by the preventative maintenance teams, who plane out the highway surface and inlay with new hot material, providing a higher quality permanent repair. There's no information available regarding return visits to repair defects because this is very difficult to capture. Typically, visits to repair defects at locations where work has been completed are to address further highways defects which have arisen adjacent to the completed repairs. This was explored in detail by the cross-party Highways Review member panel as part of the Highways Review. Repeat visits do occur, but incidents are reducing through the use of the preventative maintenance emphasis and technique, which seeks to repair larger areas, including those of potential adjacent deterioration within one visit. Wow.
That's a reaction you went
Bless you. Sorry, can you just repeat that, please? I thought you were going to prepare for the statistics that I was just about to give you. Just for your information, Mr. Chairman, the number of Biofix repairs in each district in 2022 are as follows. Ashfield, 1,399, which represents 17.8%. Bassett Law, 1,430, which represents 18.2%. Broxtowe, Councillor Carr's area, 495, which represents 6.3%. Gedling, 817, which represents 10.4%. Mansfield, 684, which represents 8.7%. Newark and Sherwood 2,027, which represents 25.8%, and Rushcliffe 1,006, which represents 12.8%, Mr. Chairman. I hope you've remembered all that.
It shows there's more potholes in Newark and Sherwood than anywhere else. Thank you. Councillor Card, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, I have. I'm absolutely astounded by the figure of 495. Given that probably in the last 4 weeks I've probably reported 25, which have all been filled with Viafix. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, at a meeting in 2020, this council refused to provide the figures for how many potholes they had to revisit. The former chairman of the Communities and Place Committee said that the figures were not compiled, a bit like you have today, and thus unavailable. We were sceptical then, and we are sceptical now. How much do you think this council has wasted since 2017 piling Viafix on Viafix?
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said in my earlier answer, oh, that's good. Is it parliamentary? I refer the councillor to the answer I gave a few moments ago. What I was saying was that I want to commend very much the workforce for the amount of work and commitment that they put in to those repairs. They repair those potholes in good faith, and if they need a revisit, then they will revisit them until a permanent repair can be made. Therefore, I'm not going to conject how much we're talking about, because I'm thankful that they are so busy working on behalf of the residents of Nottinghamshire to keep those roads safe.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Move on to question 5 from Councillor Henshaw about ethical care charter. Councillor Barney to reply.
Thank you, Chair. Question to Councillor Barney. In 2016, this council signed up to the Ethical Care Charter, committing to decent pay, training and working standards for care workers in Notts. Is this council still committed to this charter?
Thank you, Councillor Barney.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and thank you indeed to you, Councillor Henshaw, not least for drawing this chamber and this council to what I view as the very excellent Ethical Care Charter, which I actually have a copy of here in my hand. Now, for esteemed colleagues alongside me here, if you look very closely, you'll see emblazoned at the top of the charter the word Unison, the Public Sector Union. And it's not often you'll probably get a Conservative holding a Unison bit of paperwork in his hand and saying that it's excellent. The Ethical Care Charter is indeed an excellent document, and that's why I'm delighted to be drawing the chamber to every word of it this morning. Just to take you through a little bit of detail about it, because we could talk about this for a very long time. It's indeed quite a long charter, but the roots of it go back to 2012, but it was actually taken on board here at Nottinghamshire County Council in 2016 under a Labour administration at that time, and that was following the City Council who had adopted it some months before. But it didn't just stop there, because actually, if you look to the signatories on the charter to this day, across the length and breadth of the country, indeed in Scotland, Wales and in England, councils have signed up to this charter, and I believe for the most part are doing their best to abide by it, because actually it's full of common sense, it's full of everything that we'd all expect and all want when it's our loved ones and it's our own relatives that are in receipt of these services, and indeed in some cases ourselves. So to go into a little bit more detail about it, as I say, I'm absolutely delighted that Nottinghamshire County Council have really taken this charter on board, and indeed we have, I understand, a very positive historical relationship of successful dialogue with the unions, and again under both Conservative and Labour-led administrations. And in these difficult times we face, I say here in Nottinghamshire, long may that continue. But it's in that very constructive context that this Conservative administration in 2017 viewed the previous Labour administration's commitment to this Ethical Care Charter in that context. And it's in that context today that I view it as the portfolio holder for adult social care. So, in my opinion, the fundamental principles underpinning the Charter are good and well intentioned, and I'm going to take a few more moments to dive into them if you'll give me the liberty. So, the overriding objective behind the Charter is to establish a minimum baseline for the safety, quality, and dignity of care, to offer good services to people and ensure the recruitment and retention of a more stable workforce through more sustainable pay conditions and training levels. I agree with that objective, and I believe that also our wonderful staff and workforce do everything we can, all of us day in, day out, looking at our lead head of service here, to abide by the principles of this Charter. So, just going into a little more detail, Stage 1 of the Charter states that the starting point for commissioning of visits will be client need, with care workers spending as much time as possible with clients and generally not staying for only 15 minutes or just to complete certain tasks. Taking that extra bit of time to give a real person-centred approach, showing real care to real residents and real human beings who are at the core of the services that we deliver. And it's my belief that our commissioning providers and all of our care staff do their best day in, day out to abide by that ethos, and they work hard in their visits to focus on providing tailored personal care to those who so acutely need it. Stage 2 of the Charter. So that includes a clause that 0-hour contracts will not be used in place of permanent contracts. And again, indeed, Notts County Council, we are working with providers, encouraging them to shift the balance towards more salaried contracts and fewer 0-hour contracts. And the truth is that most of the providers that the council have contracts with currently offer both options to staff. And stage 3 of the Charter includes the requirement that all home care workers will be paid at least the living wage, Foundation's living wage. A note, actually, since the Charter was written, that's of course increased. So again, we work with the social care market to ensure this happens. The Charter requirements are included in the contracts, monitoring and audit processes that we have with providers. All the providers that we have contracts with pay at this level, and many in fact pay above this level. It is important to note that up to 50% of home care provision in the county is provided to people who fund their own care in arrangements directly with providers, and the council does not have a say in how these companies operate their businesses. A further example of this council's positive ongoing response to the Ethical Care Charter includes collaborating on how best to use various short-term workforce winter grants since 2020 to best recruit and retain staff, including managing costs of living pressures. Additionally, the council has applied the Charter principles with directly employed adult social care staff. For example, we ensure staff are contracted on a permanent or fixed-term basis wherever possible. Where relief casual staff are directly engaged by the council, they receive the same pay, working conditions and terms of conditions, including holiday and sick pay entitlements as contracted staff. We've adopted the Living Wage Foundation rate for all care staff, currently set at £10.90 and paid as an allowance to eligible staff. We have terms and conditions, that include an occupational sick pay scheme that pays staff greater sick pay and statutory sick pay provisions. And we use digital solutions to roster staff and create effective travel routes, showing access to and information on this with external providers. So, is the council still committed to the Ethical Care Charter? And I think you'd agree with me that we are, absolutely. Can we deliver all of the objectives of the Charter to the fullest extent all the time? And going back to that list of all authorities that have signed up to this Charter across the country, I have to say no, in all honesty. There are some practical limitations. For example, during emergencies and when providers have to instigate business continuity plans dictated by factors not all entirely within our control. We continue to work closely with the sector to implement ways to make their services more sustainable. So does that mean we are less committed to the Charter now than in the past? Are we watering it down? Again, I think in this full answer, you'd agree with me that no, we remain absolutely committed to the overriding objectives and go further into our support with some of the current challenges facing the current social care market, such as the cost of living pressures, which we all face, and competing to recruit and retain staff who can get better paid jobs in hospitality and in the retail sectors. It is good that we remain a signatory and continue trying to fulfill the Charter's vision. And so this council will continue to endeavour to deliver the good quality services to people and ensure the recruitment and retention of a more stable workforce through more sustainable pay, conditions and training levels, because it's in everybody's interest. It's in the interest of those that we love and care about. So that's all I've got to say. I hope that's a full enough answer for you. But just to say that as far as I'm concerned, and I'm sure Scott would agree, and with Melanie in the room as well, our whole approach in adult social care is ethical and it's focused on people. It's focused on helping and supporting our care workers and our brilliant staff, delivering day in, day out, first-class services to thousands of residents in Nottinghamshire. So thank you again, Councillor Henshaw, for bringing the question and letting me dwell so acutely on the elements of the Unison-inspired charter.
Thank you, Councillor Barney. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor Henshaw?
Yeah, thanks, Matt, for that in-depth answer. And I'm glad that by me asking a question, you can educate members in the room what the ethical care charter is. And I think we've all learned something from that. But as you know, the ethical care charter commits this council to stage 1 of the charter, as well as developing plans for stages 2 and 3, the 2 stages that you touched on in your reply. Which, as you quite rightly said, includes paying the living wage, foundation wage, and the occupational sick pay scheme. Do you think that the council has sufficiently planned for stages 2 and 3? Thank you.
Councillor Barney.
So I don't want to sound flippant or complacent in my response. Of course, we can always do more. And I know you and I share a very similar approach in terms of how we are very committed to going the extra mile and doing all we can to improve the standards and the conditions of our amazing and wonderful care staff. In regarding stages 2 and stage 3, so stage 2 relates to 0-hour contracts being used in place of permanent contracts. And I think I have already provided the answer in that we do work with our providers to ensure that they offer both where possible as options to the staff. It's actually true to say that in some instances staff actually prefer a 0-hour contract, and they've been so rubbished in the press and media, and often rightly so, but not always, because they do provide some of our care staff the flexibility and feasibility that they want to suit their working lives and relationships and their own daily endeavours. And I know in our recruitment campaigns, that's been a real focus that we've championed. We come and work for the county council. It's not going to be a set rota. We will work to the hours that you want and tailor our own work packages so that you can come and join us for just a few hour weeks to fit in with your own schedule. So I think we are doing a good job on that. But if you don't think we are, then I'd be very appreciative for you to come back outside of this room and we'll look at it together. At stage 3, the requirement that home care workers will be paid at least the living wage, foundation's living wage. Well, as I've said, we're paying £10.90. We are doing that, and we're doing more. And as of course we did, one of the first things I did in this office was to bring forward that uplift, the pound uplift last year. We brought that forward early. We could have sat on that. We could have not taken that forward, but we didn't. We put it forward and we put it where it was most needed. And I would also note that in the last few weeks, I've been delighted to see that we haven't had, I mean, not to be triumphant at all, but delighted to see that we haven't had any of our care providers fail this winter, or we haven't seen any care packages returned. And I think that's a direct result of that £1 uplift that we implemented back earlier in the year. So you're saying well done. It's thanks to our team and our brilliant staff. So anyway, Paul, much obliged, and let's keep talking.
Thank you, Councillor Barney. Question 6 from Councillor Deakin regarding cycle and footpaths, high pavement, Sutton Ashfield. Councillor Clark to reply.
Thank you, Chair. It's not a pothole related one for you today. What lessons has the council learned over the bad publicity caused by the new cycle and footpath on high pavement in Sutton and Ashfield, built at a cost of £535,000? Thank you.
All right, Councillor Clark. I was just reading that figure again.
Thank you, Chairman. I was waiting for the starting flag. Now about these potholes. Oh no, not potholes. Right, Mr. Chairman, the fact that Councillor Deakin identifies publicity as the most important factor in the question is actually quite revealing, because it shows exactly where Ashfield Independence and Independent Alliance priorities lie. She asks about lessons learned. Well, I've certainly learned that when this council receives bad publicity, it can often be traced back to the Independent Alliance, who have a particular skill for generating it, sometimes even about themselves. In this case,
Sorry.
in the case of this new cycle and footpath on the high pavement in Sutton Ashfield, their current narrative is that this project is not wanted and that the money should have been spent instead on repairing potholes. Well, Councillor Deakin should know that the government's Active Travel Fund is specifically for projects that encourage walking and cycling, and that those that support vulnerable road users to travel safely. As the rules stand, Active Travel Fund money could not have been spent on other highways work, such as repairing potholes. Both the government and the County Council recognise the importance cycling can play in delivering its wider strategies, such as those relating to improving the economy, environment, health and well-being, as well as developing thriving communities. Expanding our cycling networks is therefore a key action in national strategies and in the Nottinghamshire Plan 2021 to 31. The High Pavement Scheme forms part of the proposed D2N2 cycling network, and consequently the Department for Transport allocated funding for its construction from its Active Travel Fund. It's therefore misleading for the independents to claim that nobody wanted this work to be done. Concerns had been raised with the council for some time from various quarters about the lack of coherent, safe cycle facilities in Sutton Ashfield, including, Mr. Chairman, a letter from the then Labour MP, Gloria De Pirio, in 2019. In fact, it is rather odd that Councillor Deakin asked this question, given the impression that she previously knew nothing about the High Pavement Scheme, or as if she is always opposed to it. The truth is that she did know about it, but she did not oppose it. I have the agenda and minutes here, Mr. Chairman. A meeting was held with local county councillors at the initial design stage to set out the strategic context of the project, including its links to Ashfield District Council's own Town Deal Accelerated Programme cycle project. I'm told, following discussions about specific design details at that meeting, Councillors Deakin and Zadrozny agreed to allow preliminary design to be completed. Then, a second meeting was held with the local county councillors once the design work had been completed, at which Councillors Deakin and Zadrozny agreed to the proposals and gave support for the scheme to be put out to public consultation. Following the completion of public consultation, officers emailed the results to Councillors Deakin and Zadrozny, and did not receive any comments indicating either support or objection. In the absence of any formal objections from these county councillors, the scheme was recommended in a report to and approved by the Transport and Environment Committee at its meeting on the 13th of October 2021, which was attended by Ashfield Independent councillors Hollis and Wilmot, who both voted in favour of the report.
Coalition of confusion.
I suspect, Chairman, that Councillor Deakin and her colleagues only really started to take a close interest in this scheme when it was completed and when certain concerns were raised by some members of the public. If there's a whiff of conjecture or public unsatisfaction in the air, then the Ashfield Independent's publicity antennae usually start bleeping, and there's a press release out before you can say the words opportunist or even potholes, maybe. Before that, they didn't seem much bothered one way or another. So, Chairman, I take any bad publicity and noise generated by Ashfield Independent Councillors with a pinch of salt, because it is about the only thing that they can do well. And they clearly have a political motivation to attack a Conservative controlled council and a Conservative government. Really is sensational news, isn't it? Much more important to me is genuine public feedback. And I think it is fair to say that a small number of schemes funded by the Active Travel Fund have received a less enthusiastic public response than the implementation stage than they did at the earlier planning and bidding stage. Furthermore, the argument that spending on road maintenance and pothole repair should be prioritised over further spending on cycle lanes is certainly not lost on this administration, Mr. Chairman, given that we inherited a significant backlog of road repairs. But as I said in an earlier response, we've invested an extra £12 million in our budget to fund road repairs as a priority. Therefore, both myself and the council leader have petitioned the government to continue investing millions of pounds into Nottinghamshire for highways and transport initiatives, but to be less prescriptive in future about precisely how and which highway schemes this money should be spent on. We believe the government should give locally elected councillors and councils more power to decide what type of work should be prioritised based on the local views, and that those should be local decisions. While pots of money like the Active Travel Fund remain ring-fenced for schemes of a certain type, such as the scheme in question, we would still sooner spend that money in Nottinghamshire than see it go elsewhere. But we will also keep lobbying for less ring-fencing and more flexibility in the future. But just to emphasise the point I made before, Mr. Chairman, in the government ring-fencing that funding, the lack of active travel projects being carried forward would impact on the amount of government funding received for roads maintenance. So be careful what you wish for, Mr. Chairman. This Conservative administration will do everything within its power to ensure that the public money we invest is in projects that are in line with the priorities of the residents we serve. Thank you, Chairman.
Well, thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Deacon, do you have a supplementary?
Right, thank you, and thank you for that delightful response when I was actually trying to be very, very helpful with the next bit. But, you know, you weren't in those meetings. We did object in those meetings because of where it's located. But this wasn't my point with this. I was trying, I wanted us to go, because you all saw the press as well about where it was and the use of it. And I want us to be able to move forward. So I actually wasn't attacking. I was actually trying to be constructive. So there's another scheme that's come up in my ward. I don't know how many of you will be aware of it. It's on Kirkby Folly Road, and that's up at consultation at the moment. Now, part and parcel of what I was going to say and ask is that both you, Councillor Clark, and you, Councillor Bradley, is about the scheme itself and how the government ring-fence that funding and how tied down it is, because the funding that they're talking about using for the new cycle route is going to cut down mature trees and tarmac over a green space. Now, I want some reassurance that we're going to really listen to some of the local stakeholders, the district councillor there, who are all speaking about how unnecessary it would be when we have a service road that could be used for that rather than cutting our trees down. So I would like some reassurance that we're going to genuinely listen to the local stakeholders in the area, so that we don't result in another cycle path that is going to just be negatively received, because we can do it in a positive way.
Thank you, Councillor Deacon. Councillor Clark.
Well, I suppose I'll try and construct a question out of that. I'm not quite sure what it was. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that it's very constructive to highlight bad publicity. However, the project Councillor Deakin has gone on to mention isn't the one that was in the question, but all I'll just say there is that project is still out for public consultation, and just to emphasise as well, just to repeat, that the Active Travel Fund is ring-fenced for projects such as that, and until we can persuade the government, along with good officers of local MPs, to persuade the government to allow us to be more flexible in approaching the way that these sorts of projects are funded. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We move on to question 7 from Councillor Penny Goland concerning safety of active travel. Councillor Clark to reply.
So I'm sure Councillor Clark knows, last month a 71-year-old cyclist was killed following a collision with a car on the London Road in Retford. And of course, this is a tragedy. And the thoughts of the Labour group, and I'm sure all members of the Chamber are with the family of the person killed, Pauline Askew, and everybody who knew her. In the last decade, over 1,875 cyclists have been injured by motor vehicles across Nottinghamshire. Will the Cabinet member acknowledge that active travel is currently too unsafe in many areas of Nottinghamshire, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark to reply.
Thank you, Chairman. Obviously, I regret and don't want anybody to be killed on the roads in Nottinghamshire, and obviously our condolences go out to the family of the victim involved. But I won't make any further comment on that incident because it's still under investigation. However, moving on to the more general question, it's rather ironic, and I don't hope the irony isn't lost on you, Chairman, that having just answered a question effectively saying we've gone too far to support safe cycling, I'm now answering questions saying that we haven't gone far enough, both from opposition parties. But the concern Councillor Gowland quite rightly raises is a serious and a fair one. Every loss of life and injury on our roads is a tragedy. That is why we prioritise road safety work to ensure our roads are as safe as possible through a combination of engineering, enforcement and educational measures. Nationally, there has been a change in emphasis placed on walking and cycling, with priority given to pedestrians at junctions and safe passing space required around cyclists. In Nottinghamshire, we have supported this with campaigns on social media around safe road sharing. Allied to this work, the County Council has been successful in obtaining government funding to install cycling and walking facilities, such as the new cycle lane on Regatta Way in West Bridgford, not far from where Councillor Gowland is. Being the third largest provider of bikeability cycle training in the country, safe cycling is one of our top priorities, delivering training up to 10,000 people each year. As a result, the latest casualty figures available from the police for January 2022 to September 2022 show a 48% reduction, down from 37 to 19 casualties in the number of people killed or seriously injured on pedal cycles compared with the same period the previous year, and a 25% reduction in the number of people with slight injuries. A stated aim of the Active Travel Scheme is to make roads quieter, safer and more attractive for people to walk and cycle. And the more the cycle network develops across the D2N2 area, the closer we hope to get to that aim. As I said in my previous answer, we want government to be less prescriptive around such policy because we also have a duty to serve those who need to drive motor vehicles in Nottinghamshire as well. This should not be seen as a battle of car versus bikes. We need to accommodate both. I think it's perfectly possible to achieve a safe, harmonious relationship between different forms of transport on our highways, and that's why we will continue to encourage active travel and ensure it is as safe as possible through all the measures available to us. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Gowland, do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, thank you.
I appreciate that you don't want to talk about this particular case, but I think actually it links the last two questions together slightly. The junction that was involved in this sad situation was known locally to be dangerous, and I don't expect you to comment specifically on it. I'm aware of another incident that's been occurred sadly in the same area in the recent past. So, linking together the two previous questions, really, would it be possible for you to say what you're going to do to focus on dangerous junctions as opposed to just active travel? Obviously, I'm in favour of active travel, and clearly, I hope it benefits drivers as well as cyclists. But the key issue is not Regatta Way; it's the junctions. So, how will the council focus on dangerous junctions?
Thank you,
Councillor
Chairman.
Clark.
We have an extremely active and very hardworking safety team in VIA, and as these issues and problems are highlighted to them, either through district managers or via any other method, then I am confident that the safety team will look at these issues and assess them, and as appropriate and as possible, to provide whatever possible improved safety features that are deemed appropriate at the time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We are down to less than 5 minutes left, so this will probably be the last question. Question 8 from Councillor Moxon regarding youth investment funded. Councillor Bradley to reply.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In recently released documents and in the media around the budget, there has been talk about investing in our community-based services. Can the leader please expand on this and how the council's bid into the Youth Investment Fund might support this?
Thank you, Councillor Moxon. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Nigel, for the question. Something I'm always happy to talk about. The budget, as you point out, seeks to make services sustainable for the future. And we want to do that by shifting funds from the back office to the front line in terms of community service delivery and improve those services that help people within their place, within their community, and particularly within the most disadvantaged communities in order to reduce inequalities, support those who most need it to have better lives, and from a council corporate perspective also to reduce that demand then on expensive acute care services by helping people to live more independently. That's the premise of our council plan and of our budget, and to be able to balance the books for the next few years so that we can focus on that change in investment and enhancing those areas. So our community assets are really, really important to that. As they are, the hubs, the venues for our engagement with our communities, our libraries, of which we've protected all 60 in the budget, our children's centres, our family hubs coming online, youth centres, we're protecting all these things within this budget when other councils, as I say, not too far away, are slashing them. And we're doing that because, in my view, these are part of our core service, and these are the tools that we have to offer services and reduce demand in the most disadvantaged communities. We're able to reduce spending and balance the budget because we have these assets and because we can use them to support people and manage demand, not despite the cost of running those services, but because of that investment in our communities. That's why this is so important. So with that in mind, we're now going to look at how we make them even better. So I've asked officers to consider what more we could deliver from our libraries, for example, to make the most of these assets. What could we do to improve the quality of services, both in terms of what's available to residents and also how we work with partners like our districts and boroughs, like charities, community groups, to complement each other more effectively. I want to pilot some schemes this year that see us delivering services jointly with partners, getting better value for money, which we can then reinvest in further enhancing that work. You refer to the Youth Investment Fund, which is a hugely important part of that. We've put a bid into government to deliver 2 new youth centres, serving 3 of the most disadvantaged wards in the county. The locations were chosen based on a robust process of identifying the areas of greatest need and overlaying that with the areas that have the least youth provision in the first instance. And that rationale is laid out in documents in December. We hope to hear from government on our bid for that in the coming months. And if successful, I hope it will be an early example of us delivering those improved facilities in the communities that most need.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Moxon, do you have a supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chairman, and thank you for that answer, Ben. As you know, myself and Councillor Corden in our Mansfield East division have probably 2 of the most deprived areas in the whole of the county, in the Oak Tree Estate and the Bellamy Road Estate. And I just wondered what that meant for the residents of our division in Mansfield East with any extra funding that's greatly needed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And as you know, Councillor Moxon, I've been recently, along with yourself, Councillor Corden and others, engaged in conversations in those two particular areas with residents, and it's really visible, I think, the lack of community space and facilities in those two estates. Actually, they've got derelict community centres there, run by or formerly run by the district council. So it's really important, I think, that we work with them and with other service providers to improve that. We're pleased to hear that both Oak Tree Ward and Rampton Wood Ward, where Bellamy estate is, are among those three most disadvantaged estates, along with Woodhouse in Mansfield North, which is really pleasing from a personal perspective. When we overlaid the map that State of Rationale is laid out on the website, 3 of the 5 most disadvantaged wards are in Mansfield, as you highlighted, 1 in Ashfield, 1 in Bassetlaw. And I hope that by doing this, by proving the case with that community investment, and that we can therefore manage demand and reduce cost on the back end, we can do more of this. I see it very much as a pilot, but I think it's an opportunity for us to improve services, to improve initially the support for young people in those communities, but then I want to wrap around a more holistic level of support, working with partners, working with other services, and I appreciate yours and Councillor Gordon's support in doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. That is the end of questions. The questions that haven't been able to be answered will receive a written reply. We now move on to the motion.
Can I raise a point of clarification, please, Chair? In a reply to Councillor Deakin, the Councillor Clark actually revealed discussions that took place in a private meeting with highways officers. What sort of message does that send out to opposition councillors if you can't have a private meeting with council officers without it being revealed?
I don't think there's real clarification there, so we'll move on.
I completely disagree. Perhaps it's something we could refer to the monitoring officer.
Yeah. Okay, we'll move on to item 10, notice of motions, and I call upon Councillor Danny Williamson to propose, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Quite remarkable that in his answers in some of the questions, Councillor Clark talked about priorities, because I think this will show where our priorities are, and by the end show exactly where the administration's priorities aren't. Now, I don't intend to read the motion out in full, as you all have it set out for you. However, I would like to start this by saying welcome to Mr. Terry Galloway, who is sat in the audience tonight. He is the original architect of this motion, as well as being this council's care leaver champion. For those of you who haven't had the honour to meet him, I suggest you take time out of your day to go and meet Terry, to learn the fantastic campaign that he's doing. I think you'd all agree after meeting him that he could make even the nicest, most polite councillor in this chamber reveal that we can all go so much further and have so much further to go. Now, we've got more motions on today. People are keen to get to them. People are keen to get to the end of the meeting so that they can go home. All of that is fine. Because for anybody in this chamber who believes in fairness, in social justice, in equality of opportunity, or even just in giving people a fair crack at life, then this is an open and shut case. Mr. Chairman, those are subject for another time. The way in which this country treats the social care of our adults and children is poor, incredibly poor. And whilst administrations at all levels are burying their collective heads in the sand, disadvantaged children are suffering tremendously. First, through their experience of an outdated, underfunded and undermanned system. Then throughout the rest of their lives as they struggle to fight their way through a world that already seems to have cast them aside. Despite making up less than 1.5% of the overall population of the UK, people with experience of being in care make up a quarter of our homeless population and a quarter of our prison population. These are people who face discrimination throughout their entire lives, prejudged because they came from care, denied opportunity because they came from care, and judged far harsher than others in society when it comes to criminal sentencing and application of the law because they came from care. The 2010 Equality Act sets out the 9 current protected characteristics in no particular order. They are age, disability, gender reassignment, marriage and civil partnerships, pregnancy, race, religion or belief, sex, and sexual orientation. Now, what links these items and makes them protected? It's really quite simple. These are not things you can change. They are you. They're the very essence of yourself and your own individual character and conscience. They help shape your views on life, in many cases, and are characteristics that you cannot help. Yet, in bringing about the Equality Act, these were all characteristics that it was recognised people can and would choose to discriminate against. I think you can all see where I'm going with this. I wish to draw members' attention to the experiences of Elisha Mulvaney and Max Malofska, two amazing individuals who had significant experience of care in childhood before going on to use their own personal experience to help create change for vulnerable young people by becoming social workers. Elisha has spoken frequently and given evidence describing her own experience in foster care, facing discrimination even from her own foster parents, an experience which left her feeling worthless and by her own account led to tremendous difficulties in finding work and then settling down in later life. Miss Malofska has spoken out about the need for the system to treat care leavers fairly and compassionately rather than dismiss them within the structures of the current system. Perhaps some of the most eloquent remarks on this come from the author and campaigner Chris Wilde. He was a man who left the care system as a teenager, with his only life option being to join the army, as is the only chance for him to guarantee food in his belly and a roof over his head. He had this to say: "I now have voice and agency. I'm a published author and have a loving family. But there are so many children and care experienced people battling in this broken system, crying out for help, but they are silenced. The cycle repeats over and over, but I hear the silent screams and it haunts me." Now, maybe some in this room wish to follow previous government advisors like Andrew Lillico and find even the thought of equality to be morally objectionable. But for those who believe in equality and equality of opportunity as guiding principles, I want to finish by saying this. If you really want to enable and create systemic, impactful change, then you must be bold. You must push for the things that you believe can help create a more equal, productive, caring, and happy society. I want us to be bold with this. I want us to be able to say that when people needed fundamental change to try and help create a more level playing field in life, that we were here for them. And most of all, that we played our part in ensuring that the discrimination of the past remains firmly where it belongs, in the past. Thank you all for listening, and I urge you to support the motion set out in front of you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Smith to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will more than happily second this motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Members indicated to speak on this motion. Councillor Foy.
Thank you, Chair. The Labour Group welcome this motion and very much support it. I have to say it was very well and eloquently argued. Thank you, Councillor. I think the evidence that care experienced people suffer from stigma and discrimination is very clear, as you've just set some of it out. As lead member for Children's Social Care between 2013 and 2017, I heard firsthand some of the experience of our looked after children and care leavers were going through. But it's hard to find the words to describe what some of their lives were like. Shocking, heartbreaking, appalling. None get close, to be honest. And as already been said, I know this initiative to give care experienced people protected characteristic status has come from a truly pioneering advocate for care experienced people, Terry Galloway. It's lovely to see you today, Terry. I was lucky enough to meet Terry last year, and as has been suggested, I suggest you'll try and meet him. He came to visit for an hour and he stayed for 3. Such was his passion and experience. It was one of the most insightful and inspirational meetings I've ever had. That's because his passion and understanding comes from his own experience of being in care and that of his family. I can't do justice to his life story here, it would be way too superficial. But not only does Terry know what he's talking about big time, he walks the walk, he also puts his money where his mouth is and does something about it, really does something about it. As well as his entire advocacy of care experienced people, he's created a housing association to provide affordable accommodation for care leavers. So I'm keeping it short. Come on, this is absolutely the right thing to do. Let us listen and act, come together unanimously and support this motion. As I said, it is absolutely the right thing to do. We're all corporate parents. If we truly care for the children in or have been in our care, we must all support this motion. And many thanks to the Independent Alliance for bringing us here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Chairman. Equality of opportunity is actually the foundation of absolutely everything I believe in. So it wasn't ever a question as to whether to support this or not, because it is absolutely the right thing to do. And I come to this through a number of angles. I originally started my working life actually working with vulnerable children, actually in America to start off with, on the east coast of America, including in New York, and very often that was children that were in care. I then moved on to manage a Labour government project, which was Disadvantaged Subsidy Project, which actually one of those people that we targeted was children that were in care, and there is no doubt in my mind that we simply don't do enough to protect them. We don't do enough to protect them, and we don't do enough to protect them by one figure alone. Nearly half of all 21-year-olds that are in the criminal justice system are children that have been people that have been in care as a child. And quite frankly, we should be absolutely ashamed of that as a figure. I know that there is great work going on in Nottinghamshire, and I know 15 years ago when I was working with Nottinghamshire County Council, there was some great work going on with care leavers. But we haven't got it right. We haven't got it right as a country, and we haven't got it right here in Nottinghamshire. I remember being really, really shocked all those years ago when I was leading on this project and I was working with some schools in Gedling, and they were telling me how children in care were turning up at Nottinghamshire schools. They were coming from care for the first time, with coming up in a taxi, no uniform, no pencil case, no books, and very often without having any transition towards that school. They immediately stood out like a sore thumb. Immediately. And it was actually working across schools in Gedling where the initial government project started. We changed that because we did proper transition with those care leavers, and I think Derek was here at the time. I think that was actually rolled out across Nottinghamshire in the end, I think, as part of that project. But I was shocked that 15 years ago that was happening. Have we moved forward? Yes, we have moved forward, but it's quite simply not enough. And I go back to that national figure. If half of under 21-year-olds that are in our criminal system are children in care, there is a huge problem. We have to acknowledge that. We need to protect that characteristic of children being in care. And the other thing that I'm incredibly proud of is the Equality Act of 2010 that allows us even to be standing here to talk about that under Gordon Brown's government. What an achievement that was, the fact that we're even able to talk about that today. To not support this as a county council that has the amount of children in care, the amount of children that are in our criminal system that are in care in Nottinghamshire, to not support this today would quite frankly be unacceptable in my world, completely unacceptable, and I would question anyone's priorities for the children of Nottinghamshire if you don't put your hand up and support this. The reason that we've had changes with regards to equality in this country is because people have put their hands up for things like this. It's the only way you get change. And let's not forget, this hasn't been dreamt up from one political party. It's come out of an independent care review. And yet again, we have an independent care review that the government has funded, and we're not going to necessarily support the outcomes. I know what the government are going to do down in Parliament in a couple of weeks' time, as and no doubt Ben Bradley MP role knows what the government are going to do in a few weeks' time with regards to this part of the independent review. But that doesn't mean that you should not support this, because people always come before politics. Always. And children of Nottinghamshire should come before politics, and you should not be whipped by anything else. It's your choice and your decision what you do, but children in Nottinghamshire matter, and children in care in Nottinghamshire matter, and that's a fact.
Thank you, Councillor Walsh. Councillor Bradley.
Thank you, Chairman. Look, I fully agree with the premise of the motion. I agree with 95% of what's in it. I agree with 95% of what's been said on the far side of the room here. I politely object right from the off to making this a matter of who cares and who doesn't, and I find that an incredibly frustrating way to start, because, frankly, this is something I personally have made a huge part of my political life, engaging in factors affecting children and young people. Everybody in this chamber, I know, takes their corporate responsibility around parenting very seriously. Few raise it more than Councillor Taylor, who sat here, who you all recollect, talks about this at every opportunity. So I gently put my foot down on that point. And I hate to be the one to bring what is a very good and a very useful conversation and an emotive conversation back to a point of legal detail, but legal detail is nonetheless important. So I will explain the rationale as to why we can't support this. We work very hard to support our children in care and our care leavers. There's always more that can be done and more that can be committed. I'm committed, Councillor Taylor is committed, we all are and all should be, to do everything in our power to help. This is a space where we can do more together. And I will have said that, I will continue to say that. Recognise the challenges that have been laid out that are presented for care leavers, as laid out in the motion. We recognise the outcomes in education and in work and in prison and all the other things that have been laid out. I fully support the wider premise of the motion. It's really unfortunate then that we weren't able to have a conversation about this up front. I know the commitment to the language around protected characteristics in particular, which is the bit here that is problematic. I tried to amend it, but I couldn't find a version to amend it so that we could unite around the wider premise. I'm grateful for the constructive conversation I've just had with Terry at lunchtime about that premise and about how we can work practically in the future to improve on this and to improve our services. But there are two problems with the motion that I haven't been able to overcome. The first is it refers to other partners supporting corporate parenting until legislation makes that a formal requirement. It's already a formal requirement. The legislation already allows and has a duty on other partners, including the police and others, to be involved in that. We have those conversations all the time. But the more important problem, the specific point about protected characteristics here, doesn't make legal sense. And I know, again, we disagree on that, and we're fundamental to the whole premise of all of it. I'm not trying to have an argument, but I think that the government, as you hinted at, will confirm what I'm saying in the outcome of the McAllister review. Now, Josh McAllister had done a lot of good work. A lot of good recommendations came out of that report. I hope that they are implemented, but he's also not an expert on equality law, and not everything in that report was right. I think that the report and the response to that will confirm what I'm about to say, but the key thing here, and colleagues will know that I've spent a lot of time digging into equality legislation. I sat on the Women and Equality Select Committee. This is something I've paid a lot of attention to. My experience tells me that that premise behind the motion, that one day care experience will be a protected characteristic, is sadly not right. It couldn't happen, and at least it couldn't be a simple amendment to the Equality Act, because actually that would be a major overhaul of equality legislation. It's not just a case of adding a protected characteristic, because care experience is not, by legal definition, is not a characteristic. It's an experience. It's something we all recognise that leads to discrimination, leads to poor outcomes, but it's not a characteristic in the way that sex is a characteristic, or age is a characteristic, or gender, or the other things on that list. And so, by adding care leaver to the Equality Act, you don't just add another one to the list, but you open up the whole range of life experiences to that legislation. You fundamentally change the premise of the Equality Act. And I think that the Equality Act is one of the most confused pieces of legislation we've got, to be honest, in UK law. But you bring then into the scope of that bill every experience under the sun. You bring into that experience of domestic abuse, of sexual abuse. You bring into that, I've experienced poverty. You bring into that all the range of experiences, and you dilute the purpose of that bill, which is about those characteristics, most of which are biological and innate. And so this is not something, and again, I think the McAllister Review will confirm in a few weeks a response to it. This is not something that will ever be inequality legislation. And again, I know we disagree on that point, and maybe I'll be proved wrong in the future, but that's what the government's view, and it's also my view and my experience of working in this space. And because this motion focuses so closely on that point of protected characteristics, I wasn't able to amend it. We tried to amend it. We tried to keep that 95% that we agreed on, because I wanted to be able to unite around the premise of all of this, but we weren't able to do that in a way that the monitoring officer was happy with. That's a shame. I know it's a point of detail, and I know colleagues will find that frustrating, but it's an important point of detail, and I can't stand here and say that I can do something that I know is not legally right or correct. I think it's important to be honest about that. So I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, it's with a heavy heart, and I say this because my commitment to this and our commitment to this should be unquestionable. As something from a policy perspective, I've dedicated my entire career to around supporting vulnerable young people. I would love to be able to back this, but on that point of detail, I can't. I hope that can be properly understood and discussed in a measured and appropriate way, rather than this conversation about who cares the most and who doesn't. What I have done already is had a conversation with Councillor Taylor about what more we can do in this space. I've invited Terry and I invite all of you to come and talk to us about what more we can do on a practical level in this space, because I fully accept there is more and that there can always be more. I fully accept that those stats are not acceptable and that we need to continue to do more together to work towards it. But unfortunately, I haven't been able to get over or amend this in a way to get over that point of simple legal right and wrong. That means I can't stand here and propose that my group and this administration should support something that I know is not legally coherent, and that is the basis on which we can't support it, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Councillor Bradley. Councillor Wilmot.
90, please. Mr. Chairman, I wondered if we could have a clarification from the Chief Executive or Monitoring Officer based on the leader's oration that's just happened. Because just on this clarification, he said that there's some legal reasons that this cannot be voted through. Although, as my understanding, it doesn't say for this is to do. It says treat as though. And therefore, I would like clarification if Councillor Bradley is correct, and that this motion has been accepted ultra vires or unlawfully, and that the council doesn't have legal right to adopt this motion in the way that Councillor Bradley suggests. I would like that clarification, please.
So I don't think that was the point Councillor Bradley was making, but in terms of this particular motion, it has been validated.
Okay.
And to be clear, I'm not suggesting that this motion could not legally be passed. I've seen it passed in other councils, but that doesn't make it correct. What I'm saying is that the premise of this motion, it says it very clearly in there, is we should treat people as if they have protected characteristics until such a point as this becomes law. That will never happen. The fundamental premise, therefore, is not correct. But actually, given that that fundamental premise is not correct, it will never become law. It doesn't have substance. And what I'm saying is I want to have that conversation with colleagues around the room, with Terry and others, to do something with substance. I can't do something where the basic premise is built on a future piece of legislation that isn't going to happen. It doesn't make legal sense.
Councillor Wilmot.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very sorry to hear that Councillor Bradley and his Conservative members cannot support this motion, because I fully support this motion before us today. It is no fun to experience discrimination, stigma and prejudice on a regular basis. But that is what is happening to children who unfortunately have experienced being in care experience centres. It is assumed by some people that their lives are too damaged after such a traumatic period in their lives. Of course, this is not true. Many children from care experience centres, which has been said in the opening speech, have lived very successful lives. But what they do not want is being stigmatised after discrimination and assumptions have been made against their character. Some youngsters are determined that they should not be treated in this manner by anyone, and we should all agree it is not right. But is it correct that care experience people should be refused employment on the basis that they have failed in education? In many cases, that's not correct at all. Many children work hard to obtain an excellent standard of education, and many just want a chance in life. That is why the government should make care experience a protected characteristic. Care experienced people should receive better outcomes in employment and life experiences. Looking at the independent review of children's social care, there is some sound advice, such as eliminating unlawful discrimination, challenging the negative attitudes and prejudice that exists in all aspects of society, and listening to the voices of looked after children and young people, and make sure they're with regular checks that these young people are getting the best possible care and safeguarding for themselves. It's not their fault that they're in the situation that they find themselves. And best possible care and safeguarding for the children who are being looked after by us as well. Make sure that's an absolute certain thing that must happen. And finally, I fully back the actions put forward in this motion, Chairman. And thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. I suppose I'll begin by saying how sad and disappointed I was when I actually read the text of the motion, particularly that the mover and the seconder didn't actually maybe take the time to discuss it with me and with colleagues first, just to understand better the significance of some of the language you were using and the conflicts, the tensions within the text you've put together. At the November meeting, we had attempted to bring a pithier, more succinct motion that highlighted some of the very significant issues that care experienced people face, and to give a clear public commitment to the work that this council is already undergoing and our approach to making sure that care experienced people are not discriminated against, certainly those that we have contact with and that we whose lives we impact ourselves. That motion was withdrawn because at the time there was some debate from Mr Galloway, with whom we work very closely and have done for many years, because of the absence of the language around protected characteristics in that particular motion. The leader has already articulated very clearly the reasons that that is, if you like, our stumbling block. And it's a bit like if this were a planning application at one of your district or borough councils, we either can agree the whole or the whole falls. And with this, we haven't been able to amend it, and you have left us in a position that the things which are simply not within our gift to do and are not likely to pass in terms of equality law leave us unable to support what's in this document. And I am so very sad and frustrated that that's the situation we're facing, instead of being able to give that commitment to the other things and to the way of living that care experienced people surely deserve. And I have to say there's also a certain irony for me, Chairman, that this motion is being brought by the independent group when some of the most vocal intolerance and challenge and stigma that has been levelled towards children in care in this county has been articulated by members from that side of the chamber.
Absolutely. It's conveniently gone out.
May I continue, Chairman? I'll substantiate the numbers of occasions where I have spoken at Children's Committee, at Planning Committee and in full council when faced with challenges from one of your members in particular, drawing attention to whether or not we should have children's homes in certain locations.
And I do find that there's a really sad irony in the way that we're having this debate today, when you have been the biggest challengers to the rights of the well-being of children in care.
Carry on, Jason.
You've got such a person in your group that we all feel like that.
Oh,
You know, that's not really.
don't take it back. Don't take it back.
Thank you.
Read the one in our group.
Thank you, Chairman. I think it's really important to look at some of the work that we are doing to understand exactly how we do advocate for children in care. Councillor Bradley has already referenced my championing of the corporate parenting responsibility. That's been enshrined in statute for some years in terms of the Children and Social Work Act 2017. That's for upper tier and lower tier and partner organisations. Mr. Galloway himself was a key member of the group who put together our current Looked After Children and Care Leavers partnership strategy. Indeed, he is one of those who wrote the foreword for it, commending the work that goes on in this county to support our children. He was also one of the advocates of the work that was undertaken, in fact the instigator, I would say, of the work that was undertaken in receiving the council tax discounts for care experienced people, and the fact that we were the first county in the country to actually adopt that at upper and lower tier levels. If any of you cares to Google, because I know you love your research and your Googling, just Google the Freedom of Information request about the quality of our care leaver offer here and what we're doing to support children in partnership with health, police and other public bodies. I suppose at one level I should actually be saying thank you rather than challenging and saying welcome to the party at long last. To the independent group, welcome to the party. And if you continue to embrace your corporate parenting responsibilities, then I certainly will be very grateful for that. I think in terms of things we've done recently, and we are waiting for the government's response to the review, I think I would just make the point about what we're doing lately. Next week is the corporate parenting panel. I know some of you are members. There's a standing agenda item on there about the government's response to the care review. That will be discussed. That's become a standing item because I've specifically asked that it should be, in a similar way to it being a standing item on the agenda of the Looked After Children and Care Leavers Partnership Board, again, of which Mr. Galloway is a member. He and I have spoken about this. He knows, as with Councillor Bradley, we have a fundamental disagreement about what we think we cannot achieve in terms of protected characteristics. In every other way, Terry, you know they are the most important part of the job I do now, and they will stay that way.
Chairman, excuse me, point of order 90, I believe it is, taken away from some of the most offensive comments I've heard today from the member that I respected the most on that side. I believe there's an agreement with all group leaders at the minute that would like to request a 10-minute adjournment to see if there's a way forwards.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to propose an amendment to the motion. I'm aware we don't have copies to pass around, so I'll just read the two items that we are amending here. Under the section, Nottinghamshire County Council therefore resolves, paragraph 5 will now read, to formally call upon other bodies to treat care experience as a protected characteristic, full stop, removing the rest of that sentence. And under number 6, to formally call upon other bodies to adopt corporate parenting for children in care and care leavers, full stop, removing the rest of the sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. This is an altered motion. Yeah. Councillor Hensmith, you agree to second that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree to second that amendment.
Okay, so thank you, Mamus. We'll go back to the debate. So can we just please remember this is an important subject for care leavers, and let's keep to the subject and a little bit away from bitter batter. But we know we're grown up people here. This is a very important debate for care leavers and people that we have. So let's not keep the personal bits out of it, please. Thank you, Councillor Barclay.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Can I thank the mover of the motion and the seconder of the motion? This has been an extremely difficult motion for us as the ruling group here, in that we originally tried to introduce a motion of our own, as you'll be aware, in our meeting in November, and withdrew that motion because the motion that we tried to submit or tried to put in to capture most of the elements I think that Mr. Galloway would wish to see included in a motion, there was a stumbling block. And rather than have a debate and a disagreement within that council meeting, we withdrew that motion. The motion, obviously, that has come before us today still maintained what was potentially a stumbling block. And I won't repeat what the leader of the council so eloquently explained as the legal implications around that stumbling block. As respects potential legislation passed by central government. The fact that we've been able to come to some agreement outside of this chamber, which hopefully we are now all going to agree upon in a subsequent vote, I'm delighted with, because the elements of the motion that are before us about how we treat people with care experience is so important. It's important to us as corporate parents within this chamber. It's more important, of course, to those people who experience those particular conditions as they go through their life. It's important that everything that this council does respects some of the obstacles that are put in the way of people who have that experience. It's important that we are not seen ourselves to be an obstacle. We remove the obstacles where they are. We consult where we can to ensure that everything that this council does in its corporate parenting role is to the benefit of people who have had that care experience. So I'm delighted with the amended motion as put before us. I repeat my thanks to members across the chamber, both the Independent Alliance Group, who of course have brought this motion, but also of course to Labour colleagues who have been part and parcel of the discussion outside of the chamber. And it's important, I think, that we now continue to move forward with the positive aspects of this piece of legislation, 95% of which we always agreed with, just this one stumbling block. And I think this is actually, it shows how when we are committed, when we have a really important motion brought before this council, how we can put aside party political differences, recognising that we are all here to do the very, very best for our residents, and particularly those who are most vulnerable in our society. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Councillor Barfather. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Chairman. I totally agree with you, Councillor Barfather, but we need to remind ourselves that it wasn't like that 20 minutes ago, when the portfolio for children and young people services accused the whole of the group that I am in of not taking our corporate parental responsibilities seriously, and I think she owes us an apology for that. I mean, you really do owe us an apology for that. On that basis, I think the Conservative group are quite lucky that we've got you out of the hole of voting against this motion, because you wouldn't have looked good voting against this motion, and I think we've done you a favour. This is far more important than who said what in a private meeting about a cycle lane. This is about people in care and how they are treated. And of course, I've always going to be voting for this motion because it's absolutely right. It's the right thing to do. And I will repeat, although I'll get derided from over there are certain people in these benches over there who are very lucky that Councillor Williamson and Councillor Smith have agreed to make this amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Councillor Creamer, do you still want to?
Yes, just very quickly, Mr. Chair, just to say I welcome the other side being on board now. As Councillor Carr says, it is the right thing to do. It's always been the right thing to do. And when it comes to legal technicality, to me, that was basically an excuse. This is to get rid of a discrimination. When it boils down to it, it's a discrimination we're trying to get rid of. So yes, I welcome both sides. It's the right thing to do, and we should be pressing as hard as we can for all those outside our control to actually implement it as well. As it's already says in 5 and 6 now amended. The thing is, it's already been said by Council Welsh, etc. The County Council has done a lot, no doubt about it. Officers, staff, councillors have done an awful lot over the last few years. But there's more to do, and discrimination needs dealing with at every level. Opening up all the doors to every this, that, and the other, I think that's misleading, Councillor Bradley, for the simple reason we've come here to dispose this one item. If somebody else wants to open another door, it'll have to come again to a meeting like this to open or close that door. So yes, you're right in one respect, but it's slightly misleading. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Creamer. Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Chairman. I actually really reluctantly stand to my feet to talk about this motion because although I've never spent a night in care, although I've never been separated from my siblings, who are the only people I trust and care about in the world, and I'm lying in a bed alone, ostracised, thinking, where is that sibling? Where is that younger sibling that I need to stick up for? Although I've never been spat at by my dad and told I'm a completely useless idiot, although I've never climbed out of my bed and drunk from the gutter by the bathroom, some of the people that I care most about in the world have. Because I think as some members are aware that I've grown up in a family, a wonderful family. My mum and dad, serial foster parents. And from my earliest memories, actually, if you look in the Barney photo albums, you'll see me alongside a whole myriad of brothers and sisters who are my brothers and sisters. They maintain, and throughout my life are. And so if you came to our house at Christmas this year, we were few on numbers. We only had 27 of us this year. But the reason we're councillors, we go back to the basics. Why do we do this stuff? The view of any of us in this room, doesn't matter what colour, I'm trying not to use profanity for bad language here, but I'm passionate about this. It doesn't matter about us. The reason we do this is about them. It's about the unspoken and the marginalised, and that I completely agree with the sentiment of what you were trying to bring, Councillor Williamson, in this motion. I understand the legal technicalities, but like you, like I believe every member in this chamber, regardless of the petty arguments that we're still trying to throw back at one another, it's irrelevant. We're here as the voice of those who have no voice. And I spoke to a few of my siblings, so I'm really privileged. I've got 4 adopted siblings. I've got a number of foster siblings. Sadly, some of them are no longer with us as well. But I spoke to, not all of them, I spoke to a few of them about how they felt about this motion, what they would want to bring to the chamber on this. And for the vast majority of them, not all, the view was very much, actually, we just want to move on. We don't want to be singled out. We don't want to be identified as a special group. We just want to live our lives. Not all of them, and I say that. And they have a right to this conversation as well, and I think that view is reflected in this chamber. So when we stand to our feet and we bring our own view, how can we have a view? Most of us have not suffered to the degree that these kids do day in, day out. And getting back to business going forward in this council, I hope that we can all grow up and move on. And when a children's home comes forward in our own constituency, in our own patch, that we don't try and turn that into a political issue and say, is this right or wrong? We get behind those 3 or 4 kids that are going to live in our streets, in our societies. You know what? You want to build a children's home? Come and build one in St. Martin's. There already is one, virtually. It's called My House. These kids are wonderful. Let's put our arms around them. Let's show some love, some compassion, and let's, for goodness sake, not make this a political football. Frankly, it's revolting. So, not got a lot else to say, but I would again like to reiterate Councillor Barnfather's comments in thanking you for bringing the sentiment of this motion. I can assure you, as a Conservative, and having talked as a group before this, there's not a single member on this side that doesn't have a heart for the principle and the cause that was behind this. And I'm glad that we've come to a place where this motion can be taken forward on a sensible basis. But I also do get the legal complexities, and I also do get why there are numbers of kids in our society, some of my own siblings, who just want to move on and just want to live a normal life. Just a small moment of pride. So one of my foster siblings, he's a couple of years younger than me. We had some wonderful fights as kids. I remember one glorious occasion I dipped him upside down headfirst in the pond. But he is now a leading consultant in geriatrics in Scotland, and he led for Eastern Scotland the whole COVID resilience campaign. I tell you, there's only one reason that guy's made it, not because of what my family did, not because of us hospitals, because of him. He had the conviction and the spirit and the soundness of mind to say, I'm going to move on, and I'm not going to revisit what I had put on me as a child with my own children. And he's now a father of four himself, and his kids are thriving and doing well and have been brought up in a home of great love. And that's the ethos that we should take forward together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Barney. Councillor Gowland.
Thank you. Given the agreement now on this motion, I know this very, very important motion, I no longer need to speak.
Councillor Pringle.
Thanks, Chairman. I can't tell you how disappointed I am with you, Councillor Bradley. I've just listened to Councillor Barney talk about how important this is for the care of the people that deserve it, and I've just listened to you politicise the legality of why you couldn't support it. One moment. And the fact that you couldn't amend this prior to it coming here. You put us through a full speech of what you couldn't do. Councillor Taylor followed you on in exactly the same, pleading to Terry that we will speak and do whatever we can, on the presumption that none of you are going to vote for it. Okay. Now I understand the difficulty that this has caused you as being a parliamentary member and a council member. And I think it's the first time that you've actually come across this, or that we've come across it, has been a difficult one for you. So I take that on board. But I do think the fact that you've brought the legalities of Parliament and your position in Parliament into directing a vote in this chamber was wrong. The whole premise, don't look like that, Bruce. The whole premise of this motion was to protect the people that are of concern here. Councillor Williamson and Councillor Smith proposed and seconded a motion which you have agreed has been accepted elsewhere in other county councils. Yeah. So why could we not have done it here? All right. 1 second, I'm talking, okay? Thank you. So, my next question is, why couldn't you have changed the premise of the motion prior to coming to this meeting? But why couldn't you have just done it now, like Councillor Williamson's accepted? You said you put a new motion forward. You didn't have to put a new motion forward. You've not put a new motion forward. You've taken something out which has protected you. And I get that. I get that. You should have done that before that. You've completely let us all down by talking about this here today and politicising this issue.
And a personal clarification, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to politicise this, Mike, and I don't want to get angry and shouty about it, because for all the reasons that Councillor Barney's just explained, this is really important. We couldn't amend the motion because it's not our motion, and the changes that we would have made didn't meet with the monitoring officer's view that it kept the spirit of the motion, but because it is their motion, they can. And the rules are slightly different because it's their motion. And that's why we weren't able to do it in advance. But as I said in my speech, we made every effort to do that, including bringing our own motion before Christmas that sought to do that. So to say we haven't tried, I'm afraid is not correct. We did everything we could to try and come to an agreement. Unfortunately, this was the only way to be able to take that forward.
Councillor Pringle,
yeah, thank you.
Can we stick to the actual, more to the subject and not about the
I am talking to the subject. I'm talking about the motion that we couldn't accept because legalities previously. We've just listened to Councillor Barney wanting us all to be working together. Why couldn't you have spoken to Jason or Daniel or anybody
just to change them things today. Terry's come today. You knew he was coming today. Yeah, really, really. I understand the difference between county and parliamentary. Yeah, but you have manipulated the situation and then completely U-turned on it because you've seen what was happening. Yeah, Councillor Taylor, really surprised at some of the comments you made. Really surprised at some of the comments you made. That said, I'm really pleased, Chairman, that common sense has prevailed, and that is, I say, you're the one that have changed, not me. My vote hasn't changed on this. Yours has, okay? 1 second. I'm not being interrupted. Pleased to see that common sense has prevailed and that hopefully the full council chamber will support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
I think that we have the support of this amended motion now, or just altered motion now. So let's just talk the good talk about it, please. You know, we're talking about young people's lives here. You know, so very close to a lot of people's hearts. Councillor Jadot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I won't dwell on the unfortunate comments of the previous debate, as you say. I think that was unfortunate that it went this way. I'd like to obviously thank my colleagues for bringing it forward, but really to Terry and for all the work he's done to ensure that children across the country, across the UK, are treated with the dignity and respect that they deserve. And I'm pleased, at least with small amendments, that children in Nottinghamshire will be treated as though they have protected characteristics, because they should be treated with that dignity and respect. And this council should follow the councils like Ashfield District, Cumberland, Westmoreland, Cleveland, Manchester, Wigan, Edinburgh and Nottingham City. And already this motion's tabled at Sefton, Lambeth and Plymouth. We should make sure that our children in our county are treated in the way that those children are. Mr. Chairman, I think it's important that we start this journey, and I know there's national legislation change, I know there's a big discussion, but it's important that we start this discussion because there's some members, very few, but there'll be members who remember the big protests we had in this chamber 4 or 5 years ago, where care experienced adults came back to express the horrors that they'd gone through when they were in care in our county, and we listened to their horrendous stories. And the council made a number of big public statements, apologising for the things that had gone decades before. But what that taught us is that the hand of history is on our shoulder. If we don't change processes, if we don't look at doing things in a different way, things repeat. And no longer do people who have got care experience need to be treated in a way that's in any way like a second-class citizen. I remember even 10 years ago or so, we led a campaign through this chamber with the This Is Not a Suitcase campaign, where we were at one point moving children around with bin bags, and it was supported nationally that bin bags aren't a suitcase. It wasn't the way to do it anymore. We led on things that gave dignity and respect, and we should continue to be a leader in that, because despite party politics, and I think we've got through that divide, that those young people aren't a political football. Mr. Chairman, I think members know that I was a foster carer some years ago, and I stopped doing it because it was so traumatic. Young people came to us with really harrowing stories, Mr. Chair, really harrowing stories, and I won't go into any of the personal details, but the first respite care I did was at 9 o'clock at night, when a social worker from this county council phoned me up to say, can you have a young family for the weekend because their parent has had a nervous breakdown, put the children in the loft and set fire to the house. That was the first experience I had. And let me tell you, that was probably one of the easiest. Some of the young people that have come into care through no fault of their own have experienced the most harrowing and life-altering circumstances that they could ever have. And I think it's only right and proper that we do everything we possibly can to try and make their journey through life as easy as possible, and that we protect them in every way we can. And I'm really, really grateful that Terry has shone a light on this and done such tireless work to make sure that young people coming through that system now are afforded every opportunity in life that they can be, because they are not a victim of their own circumstances. And particularly, Mr. Chairman, members from Ashfield and Mansfield will know the enormous numbers of children in care in our two districts. I know this is a problem that affects every district of the county, but particularly in Ashfield and Mansfield, we have huge challenges with areas of deprivation, where domestic violence, and where through cost of living crisis that's going to come, we're anticipating those numbers to go up. And this is a tragedy for every child that comes into care, because nobody would want those circumstances. I think we're actually a pretty good corporate parent, but we can always be better. And those young people who experience coming through Nottinghamshire County Council as a service deserve the very best we can give. And I think this is a starting block on that journey. It should be evolving forever. And I do want to thank Daniel and Terry for compromising so that we can all get through. There was some political debate about whether that should be a thing. I think ultimately, I wanted you to vote for this, because the only people who would have suffered if you didn't is those young people who wouldn't have been treated in the way that this motion suggests. So I think this is a landmark for us, but I think it should be very clearly seen as step one on the journey and not the end, because we should always be evolving. I distance myself from the comments you made, Tracy. I think we can all do better, and the fractious relationship between us all should not ever affect those young people. I think we can do better. I'm glad the Chamber's going to support the motion, and again, heartfelt thanks to Mr. Galloway.
Thank you, Councillor Droney. Councillor Doddy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think that reading through it, there's really some beautiful paragraphs here about how councillors should be champions of looked after children and challenge negative attitudes and prejudice that exists in society in all aspects. And I think that's something that we could all sort of feel and want to champion, like we would do with mental health, etc. I've been involved in looking after children in care for as long as I've been in Nottingham, and look after a specific unit in Nottingham and go in twice a week. New children from 10 to 17 go into that unit. I see every one of them. I have to treat them as though they've rarely seen a doctor. I have to assume that nobody's listened to their heart, nobody's checked their spine for scoliosis. I have to do the basics to check that they can see, that they have ever been to an optician, that they might need glasses, that they can hear, because they come in and quite often at 13 and 14 they've been drinking every day, cannabis every day, and they've been neglected. So over a period of time, it's absolutely beautiful to watch their artwork go up on walls. They pass GCSEs, they thrive, their nutrition improves, their mental attitude improves, there's no drugs in the system, there's no alcohol in the system, and over a period of time to watch that is heartwarming. I sit with these kids, I talk with these kids, I've had dinner with these kids, and they're just like everybody's kids. They make you laugh, they make you smile, but they're brittle. Anything can trigger them off. Any challenge can do that. They have undiagnosed mental health problems, attention deficit disorders, vitamin disorders, anemia, things that you and I take for granted that would normally be detected, but they're not. Over a period of time, it becomes clear the most important thing is nurture rather than nature. We're all products of the communities and the homes in which we live, the care that we give, the family support we give, the massive Barney campus that we're all going to go to for Christmas this year. We're all products of the environment far more than nature. We're born somehow, but we're created. And those circumstances, those social circumstances, create social behaviours, and those social behaviours lead us into paths which we wouldn't do in other times. So yes, these kids come out. I've got to speak to them and tell them, don't keep slashing your forearm, because if you get a job and you go for an interview and you put your hand out to shake somebody, they're going to judge you before you've ever opened your mouth. So I have to tell them some simple things like that. Think ahead. Think of what you want to do when you leave here. What's your future going to be like? So I'm absolutely delighted the motion is here. I think some lovely elements to that motion, and I'm delighted to be able to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Doddy. I have 4 more people who indicated to speak. I don't want to squash debate on a very important subject, but bear in mind we do have 3 more motions to speak before the deadline, 5:30. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Obviously, I agree entirely with the sentiments of the motion, and I'm grateful that you've accepted the amicable result that we've got to, because I'm on the other side of this. So, in 2004, I bought 2 flats on Outram Street in Sutton, which is quite a highly deprived area, where no paying working resident would ever pay the vetting fees to come and live there. So, I entered into a partnership with Framework, where care leavers come out into the flats, and I had 2 flats. I've had them since 2004. I've sold them now, but nearly all of the people that came through those flats were all people who had been abandoned by no fault of their own, and they were coming into the world. I found 6 of them jobs. Some of them I couldn't help, a lot of them I did. So the sentiment for me is I've seen the other side. So great what your parents did, Matt, but I saw the other side. I saw the complete other side, like John's alluding to. Making me emotional. It is making me emotional, so I'm glad you're supporting it.
Also, thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Hinshaw.
Thank you, Chair. Everything we do in life, and we say this to a lot of people, is political. So to entirely take the politics out of a motion is impractical. But I think politics can be done in a couple of ways. It either can be done with antagonism and argument, or it can be done with agreement and compassion. By removing those 2 minor sentences in this motion, it's enabled this council to coalesce around a very, very important issue. I'm glad that the arguments put forward have now got agreement from everybody, hopefully, in this chamber. The original motion, in my opinion, was too important for us not to come to an agreement and for us not to put something forward. So I think we've done a service to the children in care in Nottinghamshire. All I'm going to say now is, please, everybody support the motion as amended. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henshaw. Councillor Quigley.
Thank you, Chairman. I think all of you already know that Wendy and I were foster carers for a number of years, although we haven't done it for probably about 10 years now. And I'm not saying that the system was perfect, and I'm not saying it is perfect now, but it certainly has improved. And we take our responsibilities on this side of the chamber very seriously in terms of corporate parenting. One of our foster care it upsets me to talk about him actually. They actually had 9 placements with foster carers before he came to us. And he stayed with us, and he was with us well past the normal age, certainly into his 20s, and we still have contact with him. And both he and the others that we came across, when I speak to them about things like this, they don't want to be stigmatised and people to know that they were in care, because they are, I think they are to a certain extent worried that it might go against them in the future. But I wasn't able to support the motion originally because I spent some considerable time working for the IDA, as it was then, and now the LGA, as a lead assessor for the Equalities Act. So I was going into councils and actually vetting them to make sure that they actually carried out their responsibilities in terms of the Equalities Act. And I couldn't see how we could support a motion that was never ever going to meet the statute books. So I'm glad that we've all seen sense and worked together to amend this motion, and I'm happy now to support it. And I'm sure that in my other roles, both as an employer in the past, when I've employed people, I've never ever distinguished against whether people were in care or not. Never asked a question. I'm the chair of a 14 at school multi-academy trust, and we make sure that children that have been in care are treated fairly and equitably, if not better than the normal pupils, to make sure they have the best start in life that they can possibly have. So we on this side do take our corporate parenting responsibilities seriously, and all the organisations that I've been involved with or worked with also understand the issues that being in care and having difficulties means. And I'm glad to say that I don't think we come across many foster children now that have been through 9 or 10 placements, one after the other, within a 2-year period, which was what I experienced. So thank you all for seeing sense and reason, and I'm sure that we on this side can all support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Quigley. Last person is Councillor Calmeri before I go to
Make an agreement. I've got a personal story actually about somebody who's in care. He's my cousin. He's my mum's sister's son. He was adopted when she had him when she was 17. He was adopted, and funny enough, where I came from, I was quite envious of him. I thought he might have gone on to have a better life, meet somebody, go into a nice, comfortable family, and what have you. 64 years later, his mum had died. She emigrated to Australia. He had died. Somebody found me on the internet. I'd done some work on the ancestry, found me, and it was Stephen, and his name was Stephen Clark. Well, my paternal name is Clark, and my wife, who was adopted also, she said he's been in care, and he was in care all his life from the moment he left there, and he went from there. He didn't get anybody to look after him. He was 14. He was in trouble all the time. Couldn't work. Joined the Hells Angels because he needed a family. Became involved. Became one of the leaders of the Hells Angels. Got brought into a murder trial. Got found guilty. Spent 13 years in jail, and then found me when he was 66 years old. And he told me this story, and it's quite upsetting. And I nearly cried when John was talking, because that could have been me and not him, because the situations were the same. We live with my granddad, 2 kids, young at that time of year. And the one thing, he's happy now. He's found peace because he's found a family. And what he want, all they want is love and care. Titles don't mean anything. If you're in care, you're poor, you want someone to love and care for you. And I'm amazed that we don't think that our people here care for them in the same way. But if they're not caring the same way as we would care for them at home, well, we're not doing his job right. And you end up like our Stephen, which was sad. So that's what I want to say. I'm very glad that we've got together. And I agree with it, all these. But remember, when you live their life, what they lived through, they're not bothered by titles. They just want love, care, and attention. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Calmeri. Councillor Smith, you reserve the right to speak. Seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A lot's been said today, so I'm not going to go over old ground, and I'm happy that we managed to come to a resolution on this. In agreeing to second this motion, I did a lot of research because I wanted to fully make sure that I understood some of the examples of discrimination that some care leavers across the UK have been through. Now, I'll be honest, this isn't an example from Nottingham, so let me just put that. But one of the worst examples that I found, it was a 19-year-old girl. She wanted to remain anonymous, so I don't know who she is, don't know her name or anything. She was living in a children's care home, left at 18, into a bedsit, started work. She fell pregnant at 19 years old. Her employer knew that she was a care leaver from her previous addresses. And when she fell pregnant, her employer actually contacted social services, made them aware that she had fallen pregnant, and said, I'm not sure she's capable of looking after a child because she's a care leaver. Social services then got in touch with her and asked her if she'd ever consider having her termination. Now, for me, if care leavers was a protected characteristic, that young woman would never have been in that situation in the first place. She wouldn't have had to have had that call from social services to say, are you sure you're capable of looking after a child? Have you considered termination? That wouldn't happen to any other 19-year-old girl. I mean, I don't have any children, but if I'd have fell pregnant at 19, nobody would have asked me if I'd have thought of the termination. Am I capable of looking after a child? It was entirely because she was a care leaver. And that's the sort of discrimination that some care leavers face. And again, I repeat, it wasn't from Nottinghamshire, but that really opened my eyes. And another big, I mean, we've heard some statistics earlier on about the percentage of care leavers that and conviction rates that are in the criminal justice system. Another statistic that I found amazing, in all the wrong reasons, was that 20% of care leavers become homeless within the first 2 years of leaving care. 20% of care leavers in the UK become homeless in the first 2 years. Now, when you move home, when you get your first home, it's supposed to be one of the best times of your life. You get that breakaway, you get that freedom. It's a great feeling. But for a lot of care leavers, it's a really daunting experience. When I first moved out of my parents' house, I had a lot of support from family, friends. A lot of these care leavers don't have that luxury. And Councillor Barney, I know you talked about your experiences. I'm mainly aiming my comments here at people that aren't lucky enough to be placed with a positive supporting family. Because when a child is born, they don't get to decide what start of life they get. They don't get to decide the direction that their life goes in. A lot of looked after children that aren't lucky enough to find homes end up in a bedsit. And as I've just said, 20% of those end up homeless in the first 2 years. They don't have that support. We should be doing everything we can in our power to support them, to give them the support that they don't have by not having a family. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I urge everyone to support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Williamson, would you like to sum up?
I would thank you, Chairman. I did have some prepared notes, but I think perhaps this is one of those occasions where you just go from the heart. And I say that because I'm actually feeling a rare sense of serenity within this chamber now, which is a nice feeling. And don't know how long it will last for, but hopefully will last long enough for everybody to approve this motion. Had a robust debate, and I'm very glad that the administration has now found a way around that we're able to come to an agreement and support this motion. So because of that, I'd like to just take the high ground and we'll remember what this is about and not fall down into petty bickering, he said, she said, who's done what, because that's not what matters now. And people have given thanks to myself, to Helen, to the 3 group leaders. I'll say it now, don't thank me, don't thank Helen. And I'm sorry, Ben, but don't thank you, don't thank Jason, don't thank Kate, because we are a vehicle. That is all we are. We are the vehicle, the voice and the agency for this motion rests purely with that man there, Terry Galloway. So when this is all said and done, and we have done this, you thank that man, because this is all down to him. And when in a few years this is national legislation, and we have finally got to that point where these people get the protection we deserve, again, it will all be down to Terry Galloway. Remember his name, because you will be seeing it again soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. I now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please show. I think that is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. We now move on to motion 2. I just be aware of the time, we have an hour and a half left for the last 3 motions. And call upon Councillor Zadrotny to move the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope we're continuing the sentiments of unanimity in the chamber with the next motion. I won't read it out, Mr. Chairman, because I know members have studied it. But thank you, Mr. Chairman. In moving this motion, can I thank all the residents who have been in touch to thank the Independent Alliance for forcing the council to take robust opposition and approach to fracking. This includes residents from across Nottinghamshire and environmental campaigners from across the country. I'd like to start with a quote, Mr. Chairman, from Yoko Ono, who didn't just say give peace a chance, she also said fracking kills. And it doesn't just kill us, it kills the land, nature, and eventually the whole world. Obviously, over the last few months, the subject of fracking has hit the headlines again. As the motion states, in 2019, the Conservative Party made a manifesto commitment to ban fracking. Then on September the 22nd last year, it broke this under the chaotic leadership of Liz Truss and formally lifted the moratorium on hydraulic fracturing, or fracking, as Ben will know because he voted for it. Indeed, the leaders' views are fairly inconsistent. When fracking was banned in 2019, the leader of this council said, "It's amazing news for my constituents who have spent years raising their concerns with me about the impact this would have on their homes and the community in Warsaw." Then on October the 19th last year, in a vote on another ban on fracking for shale gas, he voted no. Then on the 26th of October, we had yet another U-turn from the government on fracking, and the ban was reintroduced. Mr. Chairman, that's why it's vital that this council has a policy against fracking. And it's important for us to talk again about the history of fracking. Despite a history that can be traced back to the 40s, hydraulic fracturing has not been utilised on a massive scale until 2003. It's now banned in many places across the world. In the UK, fracking started to make news in 2007 when it was suggested as a means to reach natural gas trapped in shale formations. Before the fracking moratorium, the industry had 10 years of the government going all out for shale and giving them the support denied to renewable energies like onshore wind. In that time, frackers produced no energy for the UK, but managed to create 2 holes in a muddy field, traffic, noise, earthquakes, and massive uproar of controversy. Is that what we want in Nottinghamshire, Mr. Chairman? Quadrilla Resources, a British oil and gas exploration company, are leading the fight for fracking. A 2.9 magnitude tremor was felt in August 2019 when Quadrilla fracked its Preston New Road site near Blackpool, prompting a ban on fracking in November that year. Quadrilla Resources is a majority owned by entities based in offshore tax havens. Its a parent company, AJ Lucas, was substantially bankrolled by Keragen Capital, registered in the Cayman Islands. Members don't need me to remind them of their connections with the Conservative government, or remind me that the Conservative Party has accepted more than £1 million in donations from the energy sector since 2019. Anyone who thinks fracking will reduce energy bills is living in cloud cuckoo land. It will turn millionaires into billionaires. And as the former Energy Minister Kwasi Kwarteng wrote in the Daily Mail last year, the UK has no gas supply issues. And even if we lifted the fracking moratorium tomorrow, it would take up to a decade to extract sufficient volumes, and it would come at a high cost for communities and our precious countryside. Second, there isn't a sufficient amount of gas available for extraction to actually have any impact on the price of gas more widely. On top of this, fracking won't even bring down residents' energy bills. The way the energy market works means that any gas will be sold to the highest bidder globally. It won't help reduce bills. It removes any argument about fracking reducing energy prices. So then let's look at the environmental impact of fracking. The process of fracking creates vast amounts of wastewater, so laden with heavy metals it cannot be reused ever. It emits greenhouse gases, releases toxic air pollutants, and generates noise. Studies have shown these gas and oil operations lead to loss of habitats, species decline, migratory disruptions, and land degradation. Not only is fracking bad for our climate, it risks causing air, water, and noise pollutions. It uses toxic chemicals, and an accident would mean that these chemicals leak into water supplies or cause pollution above ground. In fact, this has happened many times already in America and Canada. In Blackpool, fracking in the area has been subject of headlines after it caused 2 minor earthquakes at the controversial shale wells. The Blackpool fracking site was briefly renamed to have a go at former Prime Minister in October, as it appeared as the Liz Truss Career Memorial on Google Maps for 44 days before it was taken down by millionaires. Mr. Chairman, we can resolve the energy crisis by investing in green energy. Green energy comes on stream as quickly as new oil and gas or fracking, but doesn't harm the environment. It's also sustainable and comes at a lower economic cost. This motion sends a clear message that we recognise the climate emergency as declared by this council in 2021. We say no to fracking on council-owned land and we back green energy instead. Under previous proposals, frackers would have got permitted development rights, which would allow drilling to take place without planning permission. Permitted development rights have previously been described by green and community groups as drill at will powers, which would make fracking as easy as building a conservatory. All of the planning regulation is above ground. Once it goes down, they can basically go where they like. They can be extracting under your house, under schools or hospitals, wherever they want. Compare this to a mine shaft where they have to be regulated. So where in the Midlands or in Nottinghamshire particularly could fracking start? Exploratory tests for shale gas have already been undertaken at 2 sites in Nottinghamshire. According to the County Council, these were Misson Springs, land off Spring Road, and Tinker Lane near Barnaby Moor and Blythe, as mentioned in this motion. The Misson Springs site saw the drilling of vertical well after planning permission was granted in 2017. The drill rig was subsequently removed and the site mothballed due to fracking being banned in 2019. At Tinker Lane, iGas confirmed the well would be plugged, abandoned, and the site restored back to its original agricultural use in 2019. Other areas that would be under threat include Selston in Ashfield, which sits on a limestone aquifer providing 80% of Nottinghamshire's drinking water. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I'm proud to move this motion today on behalf of the environmental champions, the Independent Alliance. Fossil fuels are at the root of so many of the problems we currently face. We need clean, modern solutions to the energy and climate crises. This means insulation, energy efficiency, and developing cheap renewables like onshore wind and solar power. So let's send a clear message today, Mr. Chairman, that we say no to fracking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rodney. Councillor Carr to second the motion.
I'll second the motion, reserve the right to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Neil Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to propose an amendment to this motion. So, with your indulgence, could I ask officers to distribute it before I actually explain it briefly? Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much indeed. So hopefully everybody now has the amendment. So I'll just briefly explain this. And actually, I've just used one of the words, or rather one of the opposites that Councillor Zadrosny used. He talks about inconsistent. What this amendment hopefully does introduces consistency, because we have said before what we are saying in this amendment now. Just to make it clear, that on the 26th of October, the Prime Minister Rishi Sunak told the House of Commons that his government would stand by the commitment made in the 2019 Conservative Manifesto. I quote, "We will not support fracking unless the science shows categorically that it can be done safely." So that manifesto acknowledged that the government had placed a moratorium on fracking in England with immediate effect. This Conservative administration at the County Council declared a climate emergency in May 21. We therefore agree it is advisable for the Council to adopt a policy against fracking unless or until national policy changes. We respect the government's position that a moratorium should remain in place unless the science shows categorically that fracking can be done safely. I won't read out all the changes, Mr. Chairman, because I'm sure they are there and plain to see, and quite honestly, I think they're pretty self-explanatory. But just as an example, we've added in there in the second paragraph to not support fracking unless the science shows categorically that it can be done safely. And then the very last paragraph, we've added again, unless and until national policy changes. So therefore, we are being consistent in being against fracking unless and until, if national policy changes, then obviously we will remain in accordance with that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll move that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Gurning, you second the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I second the amendment and reserve my right to speak.
Yes, may we have an adjournment, Mr. Chairman, of no less than 10 minutes?
Can we be back in the chair for 25 past, please? Because I am conscious of time for further motions. Thank you, members. Take your seats. Thank you. Can I call upon Councillor Clark, please?
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. The international summit has taken place, and I can report back that the results of the judges are as follows. If we referring to the piece of paper that was circulated, at the very bottom paragraph, the words in bold, unless and until national policy changes, if you delete that, and then the next paragraph up, and again the very end phrase, unless the science shows categorically that cannot be done in an environmentally safe manner, delete those words. Then, as my understanding is that we have agreement that the amendment is accepted. So I'm happy with that, and I hope my seconder will follow a similar pattern.
Mr. Girling.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I've been told that I've got to say yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rodney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank Councillor Clark for accepting those changes, and in the spirit of the compromise and in danger of us becoming friends, and we will accept the amended motion.
I object. I reject that, and I'm going to say no then.
Councillor Paul, did you want to come with some clarification? Or
I want to say we have some concern in our group that the sentence science shows categorically that it can be done in an environmentally safe manner, that actually is impossible, and it should come out throughout the whole of the motion.
taken out, yeah.
It's only referred to twice.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, as a point of information, if I may, please, in the reference in the second paragraph where that is mentioned, that is a quote from the manifesto. So that is a statement of fact. Thank you.
Okay, are we all happy? Okay, so thank you, members. So now this becomes a substantive motion, and to speak on, do so. Members put forward.
Ready before you, Councillor Creamer.
Councillor Creamer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and right to thank everybody here for the unanimity. It's rather strange and rather nice as well at the same time. I was going to speak a little bit more, but I'll just go for an extract from a parliamentary question from Greg Hands on the 15th of March, which shows you why it was important for the opposition to members to actually bring this as a motion, because they keep on changing prime ministers and the context. Mr. Speaker, we are clear that shale gas is not the solution to near-term issues, but it would take years of exploration, development before commercial quantities of shale gas could be produced. Additionally, fracking relies on continued series of new wells, each of which produces gas for a relatively short time. Even if the pools were lifted, there is unlikely to be sufficient quantities of gas available to address the high prices affecting all of Western Europe, and will certainly have no effect on prices, which is why we said going down. So yes, totally support this, and we have a ridiculous situation with energy in this country as well, where only last year we were selling gas, and the reason we're selling it because we've got no storage. So totally welcome this, and there's other issues in the environment we need to sort out. This is a brilliant start. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Creamer. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. I support this motion. The most powerful fracking-induced earthquake in the UK happened in Lancaster in 2019. Nottinghamshire has a long and extensive history of coal mining. Many of the houses in our county are built on former coal mining areas. This has thus compromised much of the local geology. So fracking would lead to a high risk of earthquakes across the county, in my view, leading to the potential of many residents' properties and businesses potentially being uninsurable, as well as the risk to our residents' safety. Fracking would not be financially viable, and any meaningful level of extraction would take at least 10 years to deliver. However, the impact on the environment, wildlife, green belt, green spaces would be brutal. Also, our roads would crumble with all the heavy goods vehicles. The risks of fracking are very significant, especially to the overall health of the community, and would cause damage to our amenities, air quality, and water. The development of fracking is in direct conflict with the government's target of net zero by 2050 and the climate emergency this council declared. As a side note, the council administered Nottinghamshire Pension Fund, I hope, will take this motion on board to disinvest their many millions of pounds in fossil fuel companies, including fracking holdings. I hope that all other councillors in this chamber support this motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Councillor Lord? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yes, I support this motion, but in supporting this motion, I'd just like to pay tribute to all those people who lived in old mining areas that had to deal with subsidence on a daily basis. I mean, I tell the story. The last retreat mine shaft that was dug out of Bilslaw, I watched it. It came over one of my fields, and it was dropping like a massive dip in the field as it came. And I was fast asleep at night, and my house dropped 14 inches from one end to the other, and I fell out of bed. And you could put your fist through. You could put your fist through between the window and the wall. And I'll tell you something. In those days, nobody could give a monkeys about what was happening to those people who were being impacted by mining substance. They just paid them off, and they contributed towards the energy contribution of this country. And so I'm just rising in support of those people, those many thousands of people that were affected by mining substance in the northern coalfields and coalfields across the UK. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Lawton. Councillor Barnfather.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I've got no hugely strong. Sorry, we're in a council meeting or a conversation in the pub. I've got no hugely strong views on fracking, neither blindly for nor violently against. I do recognise that coal extraction drove the industrial revolution of the 18th and 19th centuries, and drilling for oil powered the huge technological advances of the 20th century. Whether shale gas extraction is part of the answer to our 21st century fuel needs remains to be seen. It's fair to say that the jury is still out over the geological impacts of shale gas extraction in its current format, particularly in more densely populated urban areas. So on that basis, I support the government's current moratorium on the industry until the scientific evidence satisfies and addresses the reasonable and understandable concerns of those residents who may be directly affected. As a former chair of the Nottinghamshire County Council Planning Committee, I have had the benefit of many briefings on the subject, both nationally and locally, and myself have paid a visit to the drilling site at Misson Springs. I've listened to the views of politicians from all political persuasions, both for and against shale gas extraction, and the only real constant is that nobody can agree and that nobody really knows. My final point is that we are a planning authority with a responsibility for determining mineral extraction applications, including shale gas. Whilst this council may take a view and agree a policy, the independence of the quasi-judicial role of the Planning and Rights of Way Committee has to be acknowledged and respected. Members need to be aware that it cannot direct the decision of Planning and Rights of Way Committee, which, if faced with an application for shale gas development, has to proceed in its quasi-judicial capacity and determine the planning application against policies in the development plan, primarily the Minerals Local Plan, and any other material considerations. The moratorium is and would be a material consideration, as it was when members considered the application to retain the well site at Springs Road, Misson, in 2021. The wording of this amendment, our substantive motion, has been carefully crafted to avoid giving the perception that members of the planning committee in supporting this motion have in any way fettered their discretion, which would give any failed future applicant grounds for appeal on the basis of predetermination. I support the amended motion on the grounds outlined and urge colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Councillor Barnfather. Councillor Pringle.
Thanks, Chairman. And firstly, just to follow on from Councillor Barnfather, I think it's important that we do recognise the protection given to our planning members that make really difficult decisions. They're put under a lot of pressure, certainly when it comes to this. So recognise that within the motion. Shell gas exploration for many of us is a wolf in sheep's clothing, as we know. The motion which follows, actually, Labour Party policy is right, and we should protect the beauty of our land and the peace of our residents. So that ticks all the boxes which Councillor Clark has put forward, Clark MBE has put forward. We know shale gas is not an immediate fix for today's energy crisis. It will take years to develop and produce any sort of national energy. However, what it is it's an immediate threat and scare to our residents from the unknown. We can't ignore the disruption, damage, predicted or unpredicted, seismic activity which often comes hand in glove with industry. And I say that as the councillor who has in his area the nationally recognised epicentre for earth tremors in Allerton on Whitewater Road, which had 283 earth tremors in a year. So I know a little bit about the disruption and the scare that happens with residents locally. And the obvious domestic production of energy surely must come from renewables, and with a crossover period of reduction in oil, offshore gas and fossil fuel production. The problem we have is that there's been a halt on green developments which is too negatively impactful on our future generations and must be changed. And not only changed, but it needs to be energised and recharged and turbocharged. Often we are remiss in hailing our expertise in previous energy production sources, such as coal, as we've been talking about, offshore gas and oil. And yet one thing which pierces the heart of all these industries is in fact the greenhouse gas factor, which all three industries have or indeed hold as a huge negative. And although we've had one report of onshore methane waste, it certainly is not specific enough and certainly does not take into account the Bowen Shell study, which refers to the 37 trillion cubes of onshore gas being held in one place. But not one engineer has yet designed a way to remove this option without being able to understand how to stabilise the extraction and even extract the gas at a viable rate. Fracking should not be seen as an option to lessen our outlook to strengthen our green energy production and exploration into the future renewables and technologies. It's a positive today to align with the foresight of the Labour Party and their continued sensible approach to fracking. And now, with support of all parties in this chamber, I completely support the motion as it stands today, and I hope that it gets full support from the chamber. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Pringle. Councillor Smith.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of this motion, and I'm glad that we've been able to come to a mutual agreement on this motion as well. Some members in this chamber will remember back, I think it was about 2008, there was a big planning application on the Bentinck Void in Kirkby and Annesley to turn it into Europe's largest landfill. 2007, sorry. And as part of that application, we actually found that it was an old pit, that there was unexploded charges underground. One of my big concerns with fracking is, even if scientists say that yes, it's environmentally safe in some areas, how can we say it's environmentally friendly in all areas? Because we don't know what impact it's going to have on those unexploded charges. Could it potentially set them off? We found that out after a lot of hard work. We don't know if there's any more unexploded charges anywhere else in Nottinghamshire. There isn't a list of them. We managed to find it out by going through reams and reams and reams of paperwork, and it took a long, long time. I mean, that application went on for about 5-6 years, I believe. So my big concern is, and I know, and which is why I'm happy that we've taken the environmentally safe manor out, is because I genuinely feel that no scientist could possibly say that it will 100% be environmentally safe anyway, because we don't know what's underground. We don't know if fracking will set off those charges and what could happen if those charges do go off. We genuinely don't know. There's a lot of wildlife, badgers, nightjar, all sorts of things that live on that particular site in question I'm talking about, but we don't know what's on other sites across Nottinghamshire. So I am absolutely happy to support this motion, and I want to say a big thank you for taking that line out, because even if some scientists say that in some areas it is environmentally safe, we can't say that it's environmentally safe in every area. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Williamson. Daniel Williamson.
Thank you, Chair. Probably it surprises absolutely none of you that I'm rising in support of this motion. I will take, let's side note just at the beginning to actually attach myself as well to some of Councillor Lawton's comments in remembering all the people that were paid off and forced to deal with some incredibly environmentally damaging practices throughout our coal mining era. As a man that comes from a family steeped in the mining tradition, I want to thank you for still bringing note to those people. In the motion, so thank you for that, Bruce. That being said, I think the point of, and part of the point of a motion like this and showing that this council is against items like this is so that people in the county don't go through that damage again. By saying we don't want fracking in this county, that we do not want any of this to happen, and that we are generally predisposed to be against it, I pick my words carefully, remembering the planning element, that we are protecting people in the future from having their homes damaged, possibly destroyed from endless earthquakes and other environmental damage, and then them just being essentially bunged 20 quid and told, oh, it's all right because you've been compensated. I was actually lucky enough to sit on the planning application when we ordered the Misson site to be returned to its natural state despite an application for extension at the time. And that was probably one of the first things that I was part of at this council that I was really proud of, because we made it very clear that it wasn't something that we were prepared to accept. And it also brought in to the other element of this is, if we approve this, if we went against this and we chose to say allow fracking, then not only are we dependent on, say, the science telling us that it could be safe, I personally don't believe it ever will, but then we're also relying on the applicants who come forward for those fracking sites to be decent people, to abide by the legislation. And it was very clearly shown at the Misson Spring site, our own planning officers, when I asked the question to the developer if they'd kept to all the legal requirements, our own planning officers confirmed that they hadn't, and confirmed that their application and that the work they had done under what we allowed them to do was unacceptable. So we have the history here that the developers or whoever comes in cannot do it. We have the evidence that it doesn't really seem to work here. So, like the motion before, this really should be an open and short case. I'm glad that we've got an amendment in the era of collaboration, but let's all just be done and support this. It's so clearly something to be in favour of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I actually came to one of the talks by Quadrilla when they did it 10 years ago down here in Nottingham. I came with a previous parish councillor, Sears Pickerby, and the actual scientists couldn't verify for us. Couldn't verify it. Couldn't verify for us that once the water had been forced through the strata, that when it came out, it was unusable, even though it was only a minority percentage. The water. So as has already been alluded to earlier, I'm the county councillor for Selston, and underneath my division is the largest aquifer in Nottinghamshire. It supplies 80% of the water. What sane person would poison their own well? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Adams.
Oh. Too near to it. Ah, somebody else. That's it, I think. All right. All right. Thank you very much for that. Sorry about the canary. Yeah. So really glad to see this amendment here. The fracking problem comes and goes depending on where we are. I think in terms of economic reality, fracking is a go-to in some minds when the issues of finance and the issues of energy generation and where we're trying to get to as a country, which is to enable us to operate in terms of green energy as being our forefront energy generation source. We missed the boat some years ago in the 60s when we decided to not install nuclear to the level that we did. And as a result, if we had have done, we would now be sitting in a situation where we are emitting zero carbon from our energy sources. So that's a shame and an opportunity missed. I'm not willing to be, how can I put this, a passenger on the energy bus that we're currently travelling on without us ensuring that green energy becomes the nuclear energy that nuclear should have been in the first place. And so to carry on burning things in order to achieve energy production takes us back to days when, we all lived in caves and didn't wear suits and things like that. And so moving away from burning things to make heat and to make energy has got to be a priority. We look across industries across Nottinghamshire. We've got some incredible hydrogen companies coming online. We've got a fantastic one in Netherfield that have developed some incredible technology that enables you to manufacture hydrogen in your home and power your boiler directly from a feed from a unit within your property, effectively removing the need even to have gas pipes in your house because it's all generated on site. The problem we have is scalability, and it's ensuring that what we need to do moving forward with motions like this is to ensure that we've got that ability to scale up these small scale operations that create that sort of energy production that we need in the future. Something I'd like to see the council do moving forward is for us to have multi-energy sites where you're creating the hydrogen to power our buses, we're creating the hydrogen to power our lorries. That's all coming from renewable source. We've got the ability to store energy on site using battery power. We've got the ability to capture energy from waste. Again, we know that we're looking at a future where we need to be using food in order to in the way we deal with food waste, is to be able to capture that energy and use that, which we can also export, interestingly, to the gas markets and actually create an income for the council. So these are things that we can do on a council level that remove that need for fracking. So although fracking is here, again, and continually seems to show its face in the energy discussion, it is definitely not the future of energy. And I think the way we've got to keep ensuring that that is the case is by listening to our businesses, listening to our residents, their opinions about their children's futures, the kind of air they want to breathe, but also in the terms of the local businesses and the things we can do to assist them to ensure that they can upscale those small scale operations to make them viable national businesses that then reduce the costs of such things for people to be able to buy and utilise in their homes. And if we can take that step and keep assisting those businesses and pushing them along, the need for these panic button situations of having to press the button, let's get fracking on board, bills are going up, is not needed as much. Another thing which I think is really good, which I know has been talked about recently nationally, is about the separation of the energy markets, the electricity market from the gas market. Again, a situation that will create will enable the price of energy to not be electricity to not be dictated to by the price of gas, and therefore we can separate our renewable energy systems, the things that create our renewable energy, and we can actually deliver them at lower cost to people, because again, that gas price, that unstable gas price, which goes up, as we know, by so many different things across the nation, affected in many ways by oil price, by wars in far off countries that can damage that price and affect our residents here at home. And I think that's a key thing. We've got to ensure that residents here in Nottinghamshire are able to generate energy, utilise energy in their house, and it not dictate whether they actually are able to have a meal
for example. That's something that cannot be the case as we move forward. So on that final point, Chairman, I would like to thank you very much indeed for your time today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adams. Councillor Wilmot.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I say, first of all, I did actually fully back the original motion before us today, but I'm quite happy to support the amended motion because of the support of all parties. And now, if we are serious about climate change and helping the environment, we must, as a council, kick this suggestion of any more fracking in our county into the long grass. And the best way of doing that is to have a policy against the fracking. Now, I'm told we have a policy, but I should like to see it in the future to be a written policy with all the bits and bobs of it all put together. Surely we don't want a situation where our environment could be decimated with water contamination, CO2 emissions from its combustion, and methane gas extraction. All are a health hazard. And that's not us saying it's just a health hazard. Scientists have proved that it's a health hazard and have said that fracking also is a health hazard. If fracking was banned in the county and the improvement in the environment would be better for everyone's health, there's no doubt about that. So I fully back this council should fully commit not to allow any fracking activities, including survey work on council-owned or controlled land and property. And green energy, clean, modern energy is the answer. You've got to remember, our children are our future, and they must feel safe in our hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Henshaw. And Councillor Gall, you indicate to speak as well.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I hope everybody will support the motion as amended. But in relation to the overall picture relating to fracking, I think it's highly undesirable to restart fracking. It would be paramount to wasting more time that we haven't got in relation to tackling the climate emergency and the problem of global warming. Fracking will do nothing to mitigate the problems of said global warming. The issues that we debated and declared a climate emergency should be at the fore and at the front of everything that we debate and discuss, because time is running out. It won't be us that will bear the consequences of not meeting the challenge. It will be our children and grandchildren who will have to take up the shackles. And when you look at it, the children, you talk to any school child, young person, they understand what the emergency is, and they understand if we don't do anything, then we'll be in a serious predicament as a species on this small blue dot that's going around the solar system. When you look at it, I hope there's not a conflict of interest, because as Ben will know through you, Chair, there is a group of Conservative MPs called the Net Zero Scrutiny Group. And that group is made up of a lot of backbench Tory Conservative MPs, right, including government ministers. They look at, and they are deniers, or they lean heavily on groups of people that are the biggest and most prominent climate science denial organisations. So, through you, Chair, I'll ask our leader, are you in favour of fracking? No. Thank you. Straight answer for once. Is not in favour of fracking. So therefore, I'm hoping that is going to transpose into us as a council not being in favour of fracking anywhere in Nottinghamshire. Because don't forget, they're not likely to put a fracking machine in the centre of Ladybrook, but they might do it in some of your areas, and then you'll end up with a lot of problems. You will end up with a lot of problems. And in relation to the point on planning, I'm sure under the good guidance of Councillor Butler, the chair of planning, if we end up with, we always declare if we're being lobbied, don't we? So I'll declare that I've been lobbied. And then also, if I think that there is a conflict between me on the planning committee making a decision, I'll recluse myself. I'll just move away and somebody else can come in. So I don't see that as a problem in the future, right? And the government have said fracking causes earthquakes. It is hated by local communities, and it would take 5 to 10 years to kick start, and it won't even lower the price of gas or energy. At the end of the day, fracking is not environmentally friendly. It's bad for the environment. It causes air, water and noise pollution. It uses toxic chemicals that may in themselves not be regulated enough. And we have to remember that Nottinghamshire is not Texas. And all the problems that they're having in America in relation to fracking, they are even facing the problems there and they're becoming unsurmountable. So let's support the amendment, but if we do not start concentrating on ways of reducing the problem of climate change by concentrating on technologies that we can straight away tap into, like renewable energy, wind, solar and power. Thank you. Then we make a big mistake. So I think the government needs to focus on real solutions to the energy crisis, keep fossil fuels and gas in the ground, and let's go hook, line and sinker for renewable energy. Please support the amendment.
Councillor Henshaw. Councillor Barney.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I declare a huge interest because, as I think several members of the committee know, that I work in the green hydrogen industry, and so I'm a huge advocate of green energy and green energy transition. But I just wanted to make a quick comment. I think it's very easy for us to get on our high horses and proclaim one form of energy good and one bad. It's a very linear thing, and is it green or is it? You know, I'm grateful the lights are on. Ratcliffe-on-Soar Power Station's chugging away. It's keeping the lights on. I hate the fact that it's emitting carbon. But I'm really glad that it's keeping the hospital running at NUH. So it's not a straightforward yes no answer. But I'm also minded, and I think just wanted to bring to the chamber, it's blue and yellow that you're wearing there, thinking of our friends in Ukraine who have gone through months of no power this winter, temperatures ranging between -20, -35, with the lights off day after day, hour after hour. So it's very easy for us to sit here and pontificate about green energy sources. And that's me, who's a massive advocate for green energy, said, was not being appreciative of what it means to have our lights on that we take for granted every second and every hour of our lives living here in the first world. 6 billion people live on the face of this earth with only $1 a day. We're not those, and we should be so thankful for the energy revolution that we have in this country day in and day out. So just to close, there's a huge opportunity. You said that Nottinghamshire's not Texas. Well, why not? Let's make it Texas and whoever. Not in oil. Not in oil. I'm talking about step fusion. I'm talking about Nottinghamshire's opportunity to lead the world. We can admit in this country 1% of the carbon emissions of the whole globe. Whatever we do, others are going to. I'm not saying that's an excuse. We need to cut down our carbon emissions. But what we can do here in Nottinghamshire, we have a once in a generation opportunity to change the world. It's called Step Fusion. It's in North Notts, and in our neck of the woods, down in the Freeport in South Notts, where the wonderful Ratcliffe-on-Soar Power Station is, soon to be demolished. Let whatever colour, whoever is mayor, might be our dear colleague sitting right here, might be somebody on the opposition benches. Let's ensure that together we commit to making Nottinghamshire the Texas of the future, to keep the lights on in the whole world on a green basis. We've got an opportunity more than anybody else in the country to do that, and I'm excited by that.
Thank you, Councillor Barney. Councillor Gowland.
40 years for fusion. 40 years.
Thank you. So first of all, we'd like to ask, the minutes show that Ben Bradley says no to fracking.
Yay!
Moving on, I'd also like to acknowledge what Councillor Lawton said and say that the whole point is we don't want to repeat that. We've moved forward and we understand that that's not the way the world should be. I'd also like to help the Conservative Party by pointing out that science can categorically never say anything can be done safely. And it would be really helpful if senior politicians on all sides of Parliament understood that. For whether we're talking about COVID or fracking. However, it can say some things are safer or less safe or more risky or less risky than others. This kind of comes to what Councillor Barney was just saying now. If we're talking about wind farms, yeah, okay, there are some issues with wind farms. If we're talking about fusion, oh, come on, really, let's hope. Let's really hope. 25 years, it was going to be 25 years away when I was 18. Let's hope, I'm working for it, but yeah. Fission, it's got its disadvantages. Maybe it's the thing that will get us through the CO2 problems right now. Insulation, insulation is the right answer, but it's going to take years to do the whole country. We need energy now, right? I agree with you. But everything has advantages and disadvantages. And I think there's one thing we can be pretty sure of. Fracking is not the answer. It's the thing that's going to put CO2 into the air. We can be pretty certain that CO2 is a bad idea. And I think for everybody in this generation, for our lifetime, we have to assume it's a bad idea because it really looks like it's a bad idea. So we must oppose fracking.
Thank you, Councillor Gallen. Councillor Carr, you second the original motion. Would you like to?
Yes, thank you. I shan't say a lot because there's been some fantastic points, and I'd love to have a conversation with you, Councillor Barney, because it sounds a very interesting job that you do. So we'll have a coffee one day, and you can tell me all about it. I really say I was really proud that the party that I'm a member of, the Liberal Democrats, has consistently been against fracking. And I take great pride in that, which is probably perhaps one of the reasons why Liz Truss left us. But anyway, that's by and by. My son lives in Canada. He lives in Alberta, which is the oil-producing part of Canada, where fracking has been going on for many years. There are hundreds of square miles of the Canadian wilderness that are contaminated by fracking and will not be able to come back into use for hundreds of years. That toxic is the materials and the chemicals that they use to extract oil and gas in Alberta. And colleagues, even if it was safe to frack, why? Why would you want to? Why would you want to introduce more carbon into the atmosphere? We know what's happening at the moment. If you can imagine it, the Earth's like an orange. Why should we be squeezing every last bit of juice out of the Earth? Because what will happen is the Earth will die, and we can see that happening. It's not too late. Let's hope we can do something about it. So I fully support this motion and thank the benches opposite to agreeing to the amendments to their amendment, which is probably meaning that voters can actually vote in favour of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Girling, seconded to the amendment. Would you like to?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm sure, well, I saw your faces actually when the amendment came round. You all looked at it and thought, crikey, why is Councillor Girling's signature on there? And quite frankly, that was my thought as well, to be fair, because, and mine, but clearly it's because I'm an expert in fracking. But actually, it's because obviously the actual motion, it talks about Nottingham County Council land, and that comes under my portfolio. And to be frank, I don't care. It would take a lot of persuading and a lot of facts to show me that it was safe to do for me to want for it to happen on Nottinghamshire County Council's land. Now, I'm a great believer in us being self-sufficient. And we've seen what's happened in the Ukraine with Russia invading the Ukraine and what that's done to the oil prices in the world, what that's done to places like Germany, for example. A big percentage of their oil comes from Russia. Luckily, in the United Kingdom, it's not massive amount, but it's still a significant amount. So I'm all for us being self-sufficient in terms of our power production. And Matt Barney actually, I'm going to tell him off afterwards, stole my thunder in terms of step fusion. Step fusion is massive. I'm going down to Cullen near Oxford next week to go and actually look at the step fusion Tomahawk. It's switched off at the moment. You can actually go and have a walk in, so that's going to be a big thing for me to go down there and have a look at it. But the potential that is bringing, and it's coming to Nottinghamshire, and I'd just like to sort of give testimony really to the officers of this council that made it so it came here. Yeah, West Burton weren't even, it was on the reserve list. And then when the power station was taken off, yeah, we went down to Westminster and said, take it off the reserve list and put it on. And they did, and then we've ended up with it. So this is an incredibly powerful thing that's coming to Nottinghamshire and Bassetlaw in particular, that area. It's going to be absolutely amazing. But we can't just rely on that. We've got to have alternative sources as well. And that's why nuclear is really important. And nuclear is not how it used to be. It used to be really sort of dangerous and all sorts of things like that. But it's a lot safer now. But solar. But I'm not into these big solar farms. I mean, it takes fields, green fields up and all over the place. We should be investing now. The technology is there to be invested in tile slate. So the house looks like it's a normal house, but the tiles are actually solar tiles. It comes at a cost, but yeah, just think of the power that if you're generating your own power, just think of the independence that gives to the people living in those houses. Wind turbines, personally, I think they look blooming awful. Yeah, those wind turbines, but they produce electricity. I think they've lot on the landscape, but when we put the power lines up to transport the electricity, people are saying exactly the same thing. I'm of a certain age where I like to see open countryside. We've also got hydrogen, and I believe hydrogen is going to be one of the really emerging sources of power, particularly for vehicles. If we made every vehicle in the world electric, we'd only be able to do about 40% of the vehicles. That's it. That's all they've got battery-wise to do about 40% of the vehicles in the world. So things like hydrogen are going to be the emerging markets to make sure that we can move vehicles around. So your dustbin lorries and all that sort of thing to collect refuse will be all done from that. But the main thing is about it being diverse, all different things. But fracking, in my view, is not one of those diverse things. And I'm really pleased to be able to support this motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Girling. Councillor Clark would like to sum up, and then Jason.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Chairman. A lot has been said. In fact, I was going to say some of the things that Councillor Barnfather referred to in terms of planning, but it's worth perhaps just emphasising part of that again, just to reassure members of the planning committee, or indeed anybody who may be substituting on the planning committee, that certainly I've been advised, and I'm sure it's the same advice that Councillor Barnfather received, that there won't be any fettering of any discretion, because this is purely a policy. It doesn't relate to any specific site as such, and therefore it's perfectly in order for members of the planning committee or anybody else to vote on this motion now. And so that expectation that planning committee members can debate a planning application and vote on its own merits in accordance with planning law, and that will remain. So I'm sure that Councillor Butler will be reiterating that to the members of his committee. The various comments have been made about individual sites, but I think this is more about the general policy. It's interesting what Councillor Smith said about unexploded charges, and certainly I don't profess to be an engineering expert at all, so it is only purely my own sort of layman's assumption. that I would have thought that should any of this work taken place, that they would have surveyed the actual land and put sensors, etc., to sense and search for these unexploded charges. But with this policy in place, maybe it'll never happen anyway. As I say, that's my own assumption. That's not my professional assumption. I took part, as many fellow Rushcliffe Borough councillors did some years ago now, I can't remember, 7 or 8 years ago, I can't remember when it was, to the British Geological Survey in Keyworth, where fracking was explained to us in detail, and they had sort of models and things and showed us how it all worked, which was very interesting and very informative and very educational. And it did sort of put in mind my questions. Crikey, is that really going to work like that? Is that really going to happen? But one thing that hasn't been mentioned this afternoon so far is the amount of water that would actually be used. I know, okay, we've got a lot of rainfall around at the moment, but that's not always the case, is it? And as good practice, we should always be conserving water anyway, even if the heavens are opened. So it's important that we do actually make sure we conserve that water. Coupled with that, there are a lot of HGV movements that take place, and so there were sort of traffic management plans that had to go along with fracking. So there are a lot of extra consequences, Mr. Chairman, that take place, not just the science. And that's probably one of the reasons, well, there are loads of reasons why it's a very expensive way of producing gas. So, as I said earlier, we have declared a climate emergency, and I'm absolutely in favour of pursuing renewable energy. I actually prefer the offshore wind turbines rather than the onshore wind turbines, and I think I read only yesterday that there's another set of offshore wind turbines are being mooted or approved in the very near future. So anything we can do to stop the production of CO2. We've been successful with things like CFCs in re-establishing the ozone is now, I understand, on its way to closing up again, and so it's proved that we can do these things. So we need to be able to save the production of CO2 as well. I'll just correct Councillor Barney on one thing. He's a bit behind the times. It's not 6 billion; it's 7 billion now population of the on the globe. But in fact, yes, heading towards 8, I think. It has. Well, I'm sure I guarantee it has. So anyway, with that, Chairman, I'm certainly absolutely in favour of the hydrogen concept as well for HGVs, and I'm sure we're all going to vote in favour of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Sidrodny, as the move of the original motion, would you like to say anything?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't going to wax lyrical because I know there's other motions, but I've just been nodded out from the Chief Executive that they have timed out effectively already. So I will just take a moment or two to summate a few points. And just while I was sat there, something came up on my Twitter just this minute from Hugh Fernley Whittingstall, who just retweeted the AVAS petition that's been set up today from young people around the world asking for urgent action on fossil fuels. And I'm watching it live if members wanted to look, and it's got 922,000 signatures today. And I'm watching it live, people signing from Puerto Rico, France, Argentina, Germany, Portugal, Switzerland. People are signing this lifetime now. Spain, Kazakhstan, Italy. People, so across the world, it's the most pressing issue for people who know that a climate emergency is facing the planet, and if that we don't do something, the planet will hit catastrophic temperature levels, and the planet will be here no more. And I think we've all recognised that the county council has changed the colour of its agenda, and I know that wasn't a political statement in terms of distancing from the Conservative stuff, where we had this bizarre thing where every few years the front cover flipped. But it was a statement that the council felt itself to care about environmental policies, and the leader himself championed the climate emergency motions that came through. But we don't have to go back long for, I don't know how many prime ministers we've had in the current administration, but if you think back to 2009 when David Cameron was coming in, I remember seeing pictures of him with huskies on polar caps saying this was the most pressing issue. And we're 15, or what are we, 12, 13 years further on, and we've not done an awful lot to redress that issue. We can't just keep talking about it. We have to take action. And I'm really pleased that members across the chamber have recognised that just setting fire to stuff and polluting the atmosphere, creating global warming or climate change is not the solution anymore, and that we've got far better ways of doing it. And I'm really pleased to see a genuine open debate from members who've got different ideas about how that might be achieved. But that this is a step, excuse me, on that path of us doing something that's far more sustainable and environmentally friendly for those generations to come. I mean, I must confess, I don't know an awful lot about the stuff that Councillor Barney has talked about. I'm really interested. I do have this vision now of a rather young, dashing J.R. Ewing, and I'm sure he's going to come in his 10-gallon hat next time. But there's clearly stuff that's happening that we don't share enough about here that we should be investigating. But that also starts with stopping some stuff. We need to stop some stuff so that we do press the button on us doing things that will allow us to go further forward. And we all know about insulation and mine water heating and a wind power solar panel, ground source heat pumping. There are lots of things that don't sound that attractive, but are essential for us to do. And I'm really pleased that Councillor Carr and I have been able to get a motion through that makes us stand, at least. Well, Councillor Henshaw might be right. We're not suddenly going to see a well jump up on Ladybrook Estate. But let me tell you, Councillor Henshaw, there's one just behind Kingsmill Hospital. There's one there. We don't know. There's over 100 drilling rigs that have been tested at land across Nottinghamshire already. And we have to say, no, we make a stand on this sort of stuff and that we're moving forward. And if the only thing we get out of it is column inches that start to shine a light that Nottinghamshire cares about its future in a more environmentally sustainable way, then I think that's a great start. And I think we should be proud to listen to those people who have protested and raised the issue with us and brought it forward for a number of years to Nottinghamshire, that they're finally being listened to and that the County Council's making a stand. I think this is a really important motion. I'm sad that we won't get to the other motions, which I feel are equally important, but I'm very pleased that the members have come together. Second motion running, perhaps it is good that we call it a day after that, where we all agree on something that's positive for residents of our county, and I commend the motion as amended to the Chamber, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rodney. Can I put the motion to the vote, please? All those in favour? And I think that again is unanimous. That's the third time we've had a unanimous vote today. So thank you very much for that. That does bring us to the end of the business today, members. The two motions that are left can be moved forward to the next meeting.
Can I just make a brief point of order before you close the meeting, Mr. Chairman, if I may? I understand from conversation with, this has not been put in writing to me, but I understand from conversation with the monitoring officer that in responding to the second question as chairman of the Fire Authority in the last meeting, I ended the answer with a figure of speech, "You're not fit to wipe their boots." I understand, and I stand corrected if this is wrong, that Councillor Clark took offence personally at that individual comment, whether it was directed personally to him or not. Perhaps it wasn't the most opportune choice of words, if that's how he felt, and if that's how he felt, I offer an apology. But I will just say this, I stand by the substance of what I said in the question in my response and the anger at some of the literature that was circulated in Rushcliffe and the falsehoods that were circulated. But if you personally felt offended by that figure of speech at the end of the answer, Councillor Clark, whether or not it was directed at you, then I personally apologise to you.
Thank you, Councillor Payne.
Mr. Chairman, can I just thank Councillor Payne for that, and I accept his apology for that offence. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick one. Members, I thank you for supporting the raffle. Councillor Lee, John O'Lee won the whiskey. Mike Adams won the wine. Sue Sangs won a bottle of wine. Councillor Calamari won the T-shirt from Jamaica, and Steve Carr won a box of chocolates. Thank you very much for your support.